Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Moore County Board of Education work session on April 14th, 2026. We're called to order at the central office at 1:30 p.m. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? Do we have a second? All right. Motion by Mr. Fenway, second by Dr. Dahl. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. We're at Pledge of Allegiance, and Mr. Hensley, if you'll lead us in the pledge. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. And Ms. Davis, if you'll lead us in a moment of silence.
If everyone would join me for a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're at item 2, reports, information, and discussion, teaching and learning update, iReady, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Purvis.
Thank you, Dr. Calcutt. I will point out to the board, I've rearranged the agenda just a little bit differently today than we've done in the past. A couple of reasons. As you'll see, I've added reports, information, and discussion with Ms. Burris here, and then gone into those items that include staff outside of this building. So the goal was to ensure that we don't have staff members, aside from senior staff, taken away from their jobs any longer than we have to. We can go ahead and get them in, let them share with us, and then they can get back to the schools that they're working with or items that they're working on for the day. So this just helps them have a little more productive time during the day. And also, we pushed closed session to the end of the meeting, which means that we end with that since the closed session today doesn't have to come back to anything. That will allow our staff not to have to wait while we're in closed session. So hopefully we'll run a smooth meeting with these changes. Dr. Burris, thank you so much for being here with us today, and Ms. Sinan. She's going to share with us a teaching and learning update on iReady. So if you'll take it away, Dr. Burris.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm here to share some information about iReady with you, as well as some data associated with the program. So I wanted to go over first the core components of iReady to make sure that everyone understood the elements and the pieces of the program. So the first is iReady offers a diagnostic. This is done at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. And this really provides data for us to inform instruction beyond the iReady platform. It also informs instruction for classrooms. iReady also has personalized instruction. What this looks like is called MyPath, and this is a program that the students get on based on their placement on the diagnostic, and they're on it, and I'll share that minute information with you later. But they're on it about 6 to 10 minutes a day per subject is the ideal time, and during that time, they are on a pathway that is aligned to exactly what they need. So if they are a 4th grader that still might need some work in phonics, they'll have some phonics instruction. If they are a 6th grader who can be moving into Algebra 1, they'll have some Algebra 1 as a 6th grader. So it really is aligned to what their personal needs are in the instruction on the program. And then there's the teacher toolbox, and this is an awesome resource for teachers. This allows teachers to have access to lessons that they can use in small groups, because iReady will actually show them how to group their students according to the skills that they might need. That's a big time saver for teachers. And then there's a one system approach, and I'll show some examples of that and some data for that as well. Magnetic Reading is our 3-5 comprehension program, and that is aligned to iReady in that the data from the diagnostic informs how small groups can be made, what students might need some pre-teaching, that is aligned to the lessons in magnetic reading. So it really gives this one system approach to it. So when we're talking about benefits for students, there's that personalized learning path that I talked about, the MyPath, and that can go down to all the way if you are an English language learner and you need some work in phonics and you might be in middle school, it would put you in that in middle school. And it does it in a way that does not make you feel like you are not on grade level. It produces it in a way that would be fun and engaging, where you don't really realize, oh, I'm doing something that might be what a 2nd or 3rd grader does, and I'm in 6th grade. It's engaging. There's some gaming. We also, our teachers do an excellent job of providing incentives for students and class incentives for completing lessons. And then we have that confidence building and that students aren't getting things that are too difficult for them or too easy for them. And all that goes back to that diagnostic informing the path that the students are on. So students who get bored, you could be in 6th grade and getting some, 8th or 9th grade material, or you could be in 6th grade getting some 4th or 3rd grade material if you need it. So it really does it right along with what you need. And then there's that growth mindset, and I'll talk a little bit about what stretch growth is, but when students make stretch growth 2 years in a row, they're more likely to then be on grade level if they're below grade level. That's what the research shows. So for teachers, so the best piece of iReady is the actionable data. So the diagnostic data that it provides at beginning, middle, and end of year really gives teachers some strong indicators on where students' gaps are. And then it allows them to then instructionally group the students by that. And the program does that for them. So when you're trying to group students according to needs, sometimes it'll take a lot of time if you're looking over multiple pieces of data. But this will kind of do it for you. And then you as a professional can make the decision of, oh, well, you know what? I know Rachel needs to be in this other group. This wasn't an accurate representation of what she does. So that is a huge time saver for teachers. And then those resources, it provides instructional resources that are aligned to standards as well as skills for the teachers to use for those small groups. So they don't have to go looking in 1,000 different places to find resources. They're right there for them. And all of this is done automatically, and teachers can even assign lessons to students. If I've done a lesson on geometry and I want my students to get extra practice in geometry, then I can assign a lesson to them in geometry to get that extra practice. Yeah. Yeah, like what the students are doing? Yeah, where they're at, yes, absolutely. You can see where they're at, you can see what they're doing. It provides data as well as to if they're passing the lessons. We look to see at least 2 passed lessons per week is really the goal. But I have some teachers whose students might take a little bit longer on a lesson because it's above grade level material and they're struggling, but it's a productive struggle, which is what we want for them. But you can see what they're doing along the way. And it will also stop and not allow the student to go further if they're not successful after 2 attempts. So they're not continually doing the same thing incorrectly too many times. Yeah. All right, so I wanted to share some data with you regarding iReady's proficiency predictions and our EOG scores. So we have found that iReady, when it makes a prediction on proficiency, it's very close to what actually happens for our students. So in the 24-25 school year, iReady predicted for math that students would be at 66% proficient, and this is for 3-8. And we ended up to be 64.3, so very close alignment. And the reason I wanted to point that out to you is that really gives you strong, actionable data that you know is aligned to student performance on time. And then for ELA, it predicted us at 60%. And we were 2 points positive of that on the actual EOG. We were at 62.9%. So very close alignment on what it predicts students to be proficient at and what they actually end up on the EOG. Well, we're always shooting for like 90 plus, sir. For alignment? Oh, for proficiency, we're always aiming for 70 plus. You know, is where we would really like to be. I would like to see us closer to 80%. And the reason for that is we're looking at MTSS. If you're doing 80% of your students are proficient, that's more in line to what, we can do.
What was I going to ask? Oh, the predictions. So you mentioned assessments at the beginning, middle, and end, but then we have all these adaptive lessons. So it's doing ongoing assessment. So
Right.
are the predictions based on all of it, or are they mainly based on the beginning, middle, and end
They're
assessments?
based on the beginning, middle, and end. However, I'll show you in a second, there's typical growth. So when students are when it makes the prediction, it can make the prediction as if a student doesn't grow any further in the school year. And I think that might be no, it's not the next one. I'll go ahead and show that one to you right here. So this was taken at this year in the middle of the year. So students at the beginning of the year for this 8th grade example were 51% proficient based on that BOI. So what you're looking at on here is an example of the report for proficiency that we have from the diagnostic. So if you look at the top, The light shaded color that's not as bright and bold, where it says 51% proficient, that's where those students were predicted to be at the beginning of the school year on the diagnostic. When they took the diagnostic at the middle of the year, if they didn't make any further growth, like literally if they took the EOG the day that they took this diagnostic in the middle of the year, most likely they would have been 60% proficient. But if they make typical growth through the year, and I'll show you what that looks like in a minute, then they were predicted to be 67% proficient by the end of the year. Does that answer your question? So it goes on beginning, middle, and end. It doesn't take all the data on MyPath along the way, but the MyPath helps to inform it because they're working on remedial or extension skills along the way.
I feel like I'm getting more confused.
Okay.
So the 51% is an initial prediction,
At the beginning of the year.
and you said the others are if they make expected growth.
The largest one, the 67%, if they make the typical growth on iReady, they are predicted to end the year at 67%. If they do not make any growth, they would be considered, they were at 60% as it was in the middle of the year. So they're expected to make another 7% growth.
Okay,
For the
so 60% is, I guess you did say that, and I wasn't quite sure what those words connected
Yeah.
to. That the 60% is middle of the year if they make no further growth.
Right, yeah. Where they're at right then and there, they're at 60% proficient. But if they
Thank you. I just
continue-
did not
Fine.
connect that one phrase and
Yeah.
got really confused.
If they
Thanks.
continue on their progress and they make their typical growth, at the end of the year, they'll be at 67. So they went from 51 to 67 over the course of a year.
So,
You need to wait 3 weeks and you gotta retrain me. It seems to me that in the early stages, a 60% prediction almost dooms that kid to a 60% outcome. Do we reinforce, we say, this is a 60% kid, we gotta pile on and make that a 75% kid or whatever.
Yeah, so 60% isn't mean they have a score of 60. 60% is that 60% of that class is proficient. So it's not a score of 60. It's that the whole class, 60% of that class is proficient.
Okay, this is an aggregate thing.
Yes.
What about individually?
So individually, they're going to, let me go back and see if I can show you. I'm going the wrong way. I too am getting used to the technology. So right here is that 8th grade example. So you'll see at the beginning of the year, it will tell you where the student is, what grade level they're on. So this was from an 8th grade ELA middle school example. So it'll show you what grade level the student is on, and then where they fall at middle of the year. And then you'll see a column that says typical growth and a column that says stretch growth. And what we really look for is that they're making about 50% at middle of the year for typical growth, and you can see that these kids are making way better than that. So you're never going to stop working on a student. So you don't look at the score here and say, okay, they're at, grade 8, so they're golden. No, you want them to be at grade 10. So you can see right there on this example how a student may have come in at 8th grade, and now at mid-year they're at 10th grade. That's because of what that teacher poured into them. That's not necessarily just because of iReady. Does that answer your question, Mr. Benway?
Yeah, I think so. Do we have an iReady for individuals?
Well, they all have individual reports on iReady, so you can look at you can go all the way down to the individual level, and that's how you know what remediation you might need to do or extension you might need to do for Rachel. Like I would know that for Rachel, I would know that for you, I would know that for anyone that's doing it. I'd go down to the student level because that's where it's really actionable.
So we can implement intervention here, and down the road, get a check and see really what the outcome is.
Yes, it's real time. You get the
Okay.
real time data to be able to make sure that the interventions you are using are what is needed, and it's not a guessing game because you have the data to back it up.
All right.
Thank you.
Something else that I'm puzzled about. So I'm on the same page you are,
Okay.
and the left 2 columns, not including the names, are annual typical growth.
Yep.
And the middle 2 columns, the next 2 columns are annual stretch growth.
All right.
Is stretch growth less? From my understanding, I would have expected it to be more, but the numbers are smaller.
Right, because we're looking at middle of the year. So this is middle of the year data. So the typical growth is where you want at middle of the year, you would want that first column without the names to be at 50 or higher. That means the student's on track to make the growth, and you can see these kids are way beyond that, but that they're on track to make the expected growth for the year. The stretch growth is above and beyond that. So some of these students have already made their stretch growth at middle of the year from where they should be at the end of the year. So they're really knocking it out of the park. So this-
Okay, so what we're saying is the annual growth level is here and the stretch growth level is
Yes,
here,
ma'am.
and it's the percentage that are above each benchmark.
Right. So your benchmark at typical is 50 for the middle of the year, and it would honestly be 50 for the stretch as well. So most kids will make their typical growth, and that's how we have seen a lot of progress with our students. But the stretch growth is really what you're aiming for any students who may be below grade level, because if they get stretch growth 2 years in a row, they're going to be on grade level by the end of that.
Okay, so these things that look like fractions, the denominator 14 for annual would be like the annual target, and for stretch, the 20 would be the stretch target.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So if you see a child that has 26 over 14, they've already made their stretch target, which was 20.
Okay, thank you.
I just had back
Is-
to the.
Did you understand all these looking at them, or did you have to
Uh,
figure them out too?
I do have to figure them out for sure.
In fairness, I've had extensive training on how to read them, so I'm trying to do it really quickly for you all.
No doubt about it. And thank you so much.
So these are actually our students. Yes, they will create those reports for you.
Yeah. So before we get off this slide, are we to see that these students are between 375 and 500% past their annual typical growth projections?
This particular group, yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
This particular group is. And on the next slide, I will learn this remote sooner. This is the same group of 8th graders that you saw there. So you only got a screenshot of that class because I couldn't fit it all on one slide, but this is
Right.
all of that particular 8th grade. It's a whole 8th grade at one of our middle schools. This is their data.
An entire 8th grade at one of our middle schools. Okay. The other question I had was back to the predictive. So when is that predictive, the one that's within 2 or 3 points, when is that pulled then? So is that the last one that they do prior to the EOG?
So this was from the EOY from last year. So this data was from EOY.
But the predictive,
The
like where do
right.
you?
So the predict that you have right here of 66%, that was from the EOY iReady. The one I just showed you was from MOY. So we get it at MOY and then we get it at EOY. So back to Mr. Benway's
Gotcha.
point, if we see that there's an area of concern, we can catch it at MOY and address it then. We're not waiting till
Right.
end of year. But I shared with you end of year because that's literally within days of the EOG
Got it.
for closer
Yeah.
alignment.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because if it's projected earlier at 51%, and then
Right.
as you get closer, it's going to be more
Right,
on
because you're
target.
going to really try to narrow in on what you're doing to help those students.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so backing up on these prior slides that I skipped to try to explain the other pieces. So this is where we are for reading at middle of the year. This is 3-8. So our students are at 76% of their annual typical growth. So back to what you were asking, Dr. Dahl, we would want them right at 50%, but overall for our school system, we're at 76%. So they're on track. And then what you see in the other area is the grade placement, if they're mid or above grade level, early on grade level, below grade level. The ones that say from is where they were at BOY, and then the ones that are on top is where they were at MOY. So if you notice there, that from percentage, they went from being about 41% if you combine the two green. At the beginning of the year, they went from about 41% to about 58%. And again, that's not just because of iReady. That really is because of what the teachers are doing in the classroom. But iReady provides the data for us to then be able to modify and adjust continually. And then you have that same piece for math as well. We're at about 59% towards typical growth at middle of the year, and this was back in January. And then you see that we were at about 30% on grade level at the beginning of the year and at 50% at middle of the year. Increase as well as decrease. I mean, honestly, because you could have potentially, we never want to see that, but you could have a student that may have been one grade level below and may fall to two grade, and you'll be able to see that. Correct. Yeah.
Yes, so Ms. Sinan can expand on that, but our administrators do keep an eye on each teacher's usage of iReady, what that data looks like, and then again, how that aligns with EVOS data at the end of the year.
Yeah, so I didn't have my mic on. Just to be clear, iReady's used to measure teacher performance as one factor in
As a
measuring teacher.
factor, yeah, just
Yeah.
a factor.
Yeah, I just point this out because I've always been an advocate of performance bonuses for good performers in an organization, and I was told in academia, oh, it's impossible to measure teacher performance. Well, right here is an objective measure of teacher performance. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
So similar to the 8th grade ELA example, I pulled a 5th grade math example for you. So this is a screenshot of students from an entire 5th grade at one of our elementary schools. I want to highlight that some of the students started the year below grade level. You have some at 4th grade, and at mid-year, they ended up being on 5th grade, or you had one student that was at grade 1 that is now at grade 2, so they've grown. You know, they're way below grade level, but they've grown. So this same class of students, this is their projection at middle of the year. So at the beginning of the year, they were projected at 62% proficient. At middle of the year, if they had taken the EOG on that day and didn't grow any further, they'd be at 70%. But if they make that typical growth for the course of the year, they're predicted to be at 79% proficient.
So this is a key tool for PLTs, I would imagine.
Yes, sir. 100%. 100%. iReady data is looked at tremendously because this is real-time data that they can have. There's also standards mastery assessments that teachers can give that are aligned to standards that can give pre- and post-assessment data outside of the diagnostic windows. So these are not Moore County School students. I just want to be clear on that. The names that you see here, I actually took this out of a training slide, but to show you the one system approach. When I reference back to magnetic reading at the beginning, magnetic reading aligns to iReady in that it offers the resources and it allows for the grouping and upcoming lessons in magnetic reading. So this is an example of a report a teacher can pull, and if they know that they're getting ready to do this story, the last Medusa or whatever it might be, I can't read it from down here, it will group the students and pair them based on their reading ability. So as a teacher, that's saving you a ton of time so that you know that Rachel and Jamie, they're clear to go ahead and be partnered up to read together. But I know that Rachel and Jenny may not be able to because Jenny is way above where Rachel is in her reading ability, and Rachel will get frustrated and Jenny will get frustrated. So it aligns them by their Lexile score. It also tells you these 3 kids, the ones that are in red at the bottom, they cannot read with a partner. The teacher needs to pull them for a small group and do that reading piece with them. Of course, the teacher can realize that Jamie and Rachel have no business being paired together and make that professional decision that even though their Lexile scores say, yes, it'd be a great pair, maybe we shouldn't do that today. So it still allows for that. And then on the other side, what you see is it knows that that standard for that lesson is going to be 4.3 or whatever it might be. This group of students, they are cleared hot to continue on. We don't need to do any pre-teaching with them. They really know the standard already. And then the other 2 areas that are in yellow and then kind of that orange, these kids you might want to pull for a small group, and here are some resources that are hyperlinked that you can use that are aligned to that standard or that skill. And then that red group might be they don't have the decoding ability yet to access the text, so pull them for do some phonics works with them. So this is an excellent time saver for teachers with magnetic reading in grades 3, 4, and 5.
Can I pause you here for just
Yeah,
a second?
absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am. In the 45 minutes that they're spending doing that reading time, if they get finished in the first 10 minutes, what is the next 35 minutes spent to meet the time requirements? Does that, I'm basing this off a question that a young man sent to us. He was in 6th grade, an email that we got a little while back
Okay.
about iReady. So I want to understand the time that he thinks that he's not learning or is unproductive, what those time limits that he's trying to make are.
So the 45 minutes on iReady,
Yes,
Is that-
ma'am.
that should
Mhm.
be over the course of the week.
Okay, not
not-
all at once.
No.
Okay.
No, it should really be, and I have some slides later to show you the
Mhm.
data from mid-February to mid-March, but it should really only be about 6 to 10 minutes a day per subject area.
Okay.
So if you break that down, if it's an hour-long class, you're looking at about 10% of instructional time over the course of the week
Mm-hmm.
on iReady. If it's a 90-minute class, it's even less than that
Okay.
of what they should be spending. If he's spending more time than that, my question would then be, how is that being monitored in PLCs and the discussions with the administrator? Because he should not be on
Okay.
there under any circumstance for 45 minutes a day.
Okay. That's.
That
um,
was one of the questions I had. Sorry, are you finished?
No, well,
Well,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I wasn't,
I have a
no, go
follow-up
ahead.
question.
No, you're fine.
So does iReady have, obviously it has canned reports. Does it have a amount of time spent on iReady per student
Yes, sir.
and then aggregate up to the classroom level?
Yes, sir.
And I assume that administrators keep an eye on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the reason I ask is, I hear criticisms, I don't know whether it's true or not. Oh, my child spends all their time on iReady and they don't get personalized. And, I don't know whether that's true or not, but if it's reported and the administrators keep an eye on it, that's good.
Yes, they should be keeping an eye on it, and it is very easy to access. I'll show you an example of what one looks like in a moment, but you can monitor that by the day, by the week, by the month, by the year.
I have a related question. At least I think it's related. So, of these accessory resources, including the magnetic readers and the assignments that iReady recommends for the different groups, to what extent are those necessarily done online, and to what extent can they be offline?
So the magnetic reading is completely offline. So students have workbooks for that. The online pieces are the presentations that the teachers can use for magnetic reading, as well as these data reports. And then there's lessons that if they say, even if I might be on this particular path because of my diagnostic, we may have just done something on inferencing. The teacher can always assign me a lesson that'll take me off of my path and then take me to be able to do that inference practice if I need it. So they have that option. The online components are strictly based off of my path and what the diagnostic results show that the students need.
So I'm wondering if the student who wrote to all of us, who felt like he was spending too much time on this, was thinking that these lessons are part of the iReady, not distinguishing between the assessment and the lessons. So you're saying that the lessons that are part of the path are generated by the computer according to the student's
Correct.
calculated needs.
Yes. that is
So that the student experience would be that they do this 6 to 10 minutes and then they have an online assignment.
No, they don't have an online assignment. They would just do the lesson
A
for 6
lesson.
to 10 minutes, and then they stop where they are. It holds off where they are, and then the next day they would continue.
Oh, the lesson is the 6 to 10 minutes. So when it's recommending other resources, those can be
Those other
offline.
Those are all paper. So where you see the little hyperlinks on that example, you would click on that, and the teacher would print it off. That's not online. That would be maybe a passage with some scripted questions or some phonics practice depending on what the skill is that they're working on. But none of that is online.
Yeah, that's a good clarification. So that 6 to 10 minutes a day is all encompassing for iReady.
For their time on the computer.
Yeah.
And then I will say that some teachers, when we were getting some feedback, said, sometimes it takes them longer. It might take them 12, 15 minutes that day because they're working above grade level and it's very challenging. So we want to allow some professional decision making, that if Rachel is working on something that's 2 or 3 grade levels above and she's productively struggling, maybe taking her off isn't the right thing to do at that moment, and we allow them to have that professional capacity to do that. But exactly right. The iReady is just working on those MyPath lessons, and you're looking at 6 to 10 minutes a day is what the recommendation is per subject.
I think we're getting ahead of your slides, so
You're
I'm sorry.
fine. I'm here to answer all the questions.
And per subject, so we're just talking math and reading, correct?
Yes, it is just math
Yeah.
and reading.
So I think we all read the email from this student who was very articulate and very expressive, and, you know, had the feeling that he was online too much doing iReady. So we're all trying to figure out where that perception on his part may have come from, and I haven't seen it yet.
If it's being done the way it is supposed to be, he should not be on there that long. I do know that there are some students that like to even go home and try to do it because they want to beat their, their record, or they want to, they started out, they're a 5th grader, and they start at 5th grade, and now they're doing 7th grade math, and they want to see if they can get to 8th grade math. I mean, so you have those students, and they may have higher things, but no teacher should be putting a student on for 45 minutes during a class period. That should not be happening. So I wanted to share with you magnetic reading and EOG proficiency. So we brought magnetic reading in as our core comprehension. Remember, these are workbooks. This is not online, but it does have the components that are aligned with iReady, and it feeds in through the iReady data. So I just wanted to share with you where we were prior to starting magnetic. In 22-23, we did not have magnetic in the district, and we have had it in 23-24 and 24-25. So I wanted to share that data with you, and we've seen positive results. I'd like to point out that that 3rd grade in 22-23 was at 59.7 proficient. That is them as 5th graders in 24-25. So you saw about a 5-point jump in those 2 years. And again, iReady is a tool, but this is testament to the strong teachers that we have in the classroom and what they're doing with the actionable data and the resources they have at their disposal.
So I have an observation on this slide. A lot's been said about student proficiency gains across the entire state and nation due to learning loss during the remote learning of COVID, right? And these gains, 5th grade's impressive, but have these been normalized against what people consider recovering from learning loss in the COVID years? Because I seem to think that just statewide there was like a 2% increase in these years attributed to just coming back to school.
Right. I think, I don't know the exact answer to that. I can give you my conjecture on what it would be. I think there is a combination of just going back to school will help. But I also think that you can go back to school and not have strong instruction, and you won't see the results.
Right. And you certainly didn't see
Yeah.
7.5% increase. Yeah.
All right, so best practices kind of hit on the questions that you guys are asking about implementation. So again, I think I've said it repeatedly that iReady is a supplement. It's not a replacement for teachers. 100%, that's why I said no child should be on for 45 minutes in a class period. We're looking at 30 to 49 minutes across the week is really the goal of what you're looking at, which really breaks down to about 6 to 10 minutes a day per subject. And then we kind of hit on this already, the typical growth and then that stretch growth. And that stretch growth is really what you want to see, especially for students who are below grade level, because if they get that 2 years in a row, they're most likely to end up being on grade level with that added piece. So this is just some data. This was about mid-February to mid-March. Across all schools, it's not one school in particular, for K-5 reading. So about 35% of our students were right in that sweet spot of 30 to 49 minutes, and about 36% were right in that sweet spot of about 10 to 29 minutes. And then the other lessons passed, you are looking at the percentage of students who passed at least 2 lessons per week, which is what we'd like to see. So that shows they're mastering the content. And remember, the content is differentiated for every student, 100% based on what that diagnostic assessment said they needed, unless the teacher says, you need more practice in inference because I saw you struggling with this in class.
I'm sorry, you said it, but at the beginning of the slide, is this, what is this, which students are these?
This is all K-5 reading students across the district. So this is a total of 5,492 students. So it's all K-5 reading students. And then this is saying this is all 6-8 reading students. And then this is all K-5 math students. And then all 6-8 math students.
Dr. Burris, just real quick, one question that might help our board when they're taking a look at the time usage. Do you and our curriculum team, or do our principals have the ability to then drill down where you see here 50 minutes plus 35% of the kids? Can you drill down to see where are those kids, what classrooms are those kids in, so that you can take a look and see, is it Ms. Purvis's classroom that consistently all of these kids are spending too much time on there?
Yes, absolutely. So what
Okay.
you see is on any of these, if you saw something that's at 50 minutes plus, I can then click on that and it takes me down to, I can go down to student level, classroom level. So if I see that there's a trend that Rachel Burris's 5th grade math class has way too many minutes, that's a conversation I can have with Rachel Burris about. So it really will break it down to the class level and to the student level. And if you see trends that there's a particular teacher that may have maybe swaying more on the 50 plus, then that's a conversation. I've had conversations with teachers where they're adamant that they have kids working at above grade level and it's taking them longer. But when I look at her scores are very solid. So I know that it's more than just one data point. You always want to look at more than one thing and having those conversations, but you can drill down all the way to the student level.
Thank you. I think that helps clarify.
It does, and I think you can sense some concern about screen time, and I think if you go to that 6-8 math slide, I think that might help us to find the root of some of that email that we received. 35% is over 1,000 kids.
Wasn't he talking about reading specifically in
Oh,
that
I'm not
email?
He mentioned both, but he got a little bit more detailed.
Well,
with
and
his,
it's that's
yeah,
one
it's fine, yeah.
student. I mean, you can't base anything on one student.
Right.
So I think the concerns are very valid. So I'll just say that I've always been wary over many years of programs that personalize instruction and build reports, because there are some tendency out there to over rely on them. And I would say, so one question I had that I threw out there in the morning, and I'm sorry I did it so late, was, is there any kind of, from a system perspective, way to limit?
There is not.
Okay.
I actually received your question and
Oh,
I
okay,
reached out.
okay.
And there is not a way. His question was related to, is there a way for us to, once the student hits 51 minutes, to stop and they can't get on any further? And there's not. However, they are going to escalate my question up and see if there is something that can be done. The best tool for that is to monitor your class, right? To monitor your students and
Right.
see, first of all, not intentionally know that you're putting them on too long if you are. But second to that is to monitor that piece and look to see, hey, Rachel's been on for 70 minutes this week and she only completed one lesson. What's going on? And then talking to Rachel and then having those conversations.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you sharing this data, because I think it's really helpful to see and to monitor and to keep an eye on. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. So the final 3 slides are just some voices from the field of teachers and how they use iReady. This one's from a 2nd grade teacher, and it kind of tinkers back to what I said about using the data for action, allowing to make sure that students are getting some meaningful practice. And then this is from a 6th grade ELA teacher. I mentioned briefly the standard mastery, but this is another assessment that teachers have an option to use. There's 2 versions, an A and a B. And teachers can use this all the way down to 2nd grade as a pre-assessment and a post-assessment. So if you know you're getting ready to teach a skill or a standard, you can give, and it's maybe been a couple months since the diagnostic, you can give one of these as a pre-assessment to see where your students fall, and then you give a post-assessment. And they're only 5 questions. They're not very long. They're not time-consuming. And then this last one is from our principal of the year, Ms. Coe, and she relies on this for the MTSS framework. And so if we're looking at that 4-tiered approach, we need that diagnostic or that screener, and then getting the actionable data, So it really well aligns to what we do with our MTSS processes and provides the data and some of the resources to be able to do that.
So I'm getting a picture that those kids that otherwise might sit there and they're not sure why they're not getting it, and the teacher's not sure why they're not getting it, and maybe nobody's really quite sure that they even aren't getting it until the end of the year, are getting picked up, and what they need is getting identified so that the teachers have a chance to address it before a whole bunch of confusion builds up and while there's still time to practice it.
Yes, yes, ma'am. That's the goal. Absolutely.
I think Kim Coe's statement really summarizes that idea.
I just think it's a dream come true because, you know, instead of waiting for the end of year grade test to find out a post-mortem, we've got, you know, in the moment, all the way through the year, ability to assess data for children and learners and make those steps available for them and those opportunities and to address it. And I love the fact that you said, you know, the professional in the classroom, because that is true. They are the ones that are leading the way with this tool. They have the information there. They can talk to their peers. And it's just really a beautiful marriage of how all of these tools fit together to support that learner. I did have one question. How many years have we been using iReady now?
So since
Do you know?
2023, I believe.
Okay, so not very long.
No.
Okay. It's impressive, and
21,
you have a
22.
great handle on the system. I really appreciate that. I really like the way the magnetic reader is a part of it. I think that's brilliant, and monitoring our time. But, you know, that differentiation for the children is just so powerful, and for the teacher to have the knowledge right there to make those adjustments, that is a huge time saver. So thank you for this hard work. Were there any other comments? Or?
Yeah, I have a
Okay.
observation, a suggestion. Actually, I have two observations. One observation. So first, the predictive nature of this takes the excitement out of waiting for end of grade tests. I remember Mr. Metcalf the last couple of years, his predictions were uncanny as far as the end of grade tests. And it was when we started using iReady, because, you know, the reasons you guys stated is exactly why we bought it 3 years ago now. I do have a suggestion, though. You know, there's so much misinformation out there and gossip and, you know, this and that. You know, it starts with a letter from a student, and next thing you know, the whole county thinks, you know, 95% of the time people are like dead scrolling on iReady, right? Here's a suggestion. Most people would rather, including myself, would rather claw my eyes out than watch a school board meeting, right, in its entirety. And, you know, you don't like it doing it either, right? So my suggestion is we should make a series of Let's Talk Facts or something. You could make a 90-second video out of this slide saying, you know, look, iReady is a diagnostic tool. There's this thing going around. It uses too much screen time. Well, as you can see here, this is its purpose. Here's the stats on what they do, you know, 30 minutes per week, 6 minutes per day. And if we made a series of, they cannot be longer than 2 or 3 minutes. They just need talking facts, and
Like
it
a
will dispel
podcast,
all these
maybe?
myths. Well, it can't be long, just video,
Yeah,
short series
short
of videos.
podcast. Okay. I love that idea. That's great. Yeah. All right.
So what you do is you put it on in your car at
Oh,
1
yeah.
1/4 speed or 1 1/2 speed.
I will share, Mr. Batchelor has already, yep, he's already checked into for us and is looking into what it would take for us to do some short mini podcasts, to add those to our website, to add them to other platforms so that, you know, I could bring in Dr. Burris and say, hey, let's talk about this or that today, just to get more information out to the public. So he has talked with some folks and is ordering the things that we would need to do to make that type of thing happen. So, yeah, so he's got that in the works for us, and we appreciate that. So more on that later.
So, I just want to comment that one thing that really impresses me about this is the alignment between supporting the student and achieving better scores on tests. You know, those are two goals we have that there are situations where I feel that they're in conflict. But here I feel that they're aligned because What we're doing is we are identifying those weak areas for the individual student and filling those in, so we reduce or eliminate the time that the student sits there going, I don't understand this, I feel hopeless and helpless. And we increase the time where the student is saying, hey, I'm not afraid to engage in productive struggle and I'm making progress. So yes, it's progress towards better schools, but it's also better scores, but it's also progress towards the student being better positioned to succeed at the next stage. So this is pretty exciting.
Yeah, 2 questions. I presume this is not a proprietary to DPI applications, a nationwide kind of thing. What kind of inputs do you have into improving and upgrades?
I hope that we'd have some. So I shared, because of Mr. Johnson's question, I shared the question about, is there a way to do a fail stop, like if they're on too long? And she said she thought it was an excellent question. I'm surprised I hadn't gotten that before, but that she was gonna elevate that up. So anytime I've shared anything, another example, the prior platform for middle school was very baby-like. It was very childlike. And so we got a lot of pushback from middle schoolers about using the platform because it really did look like something an elementary student would do. But they have, over the last couple of years, we've given that feedback repeatedly. They have amped up and really modernized to look more like what middle school type stuff would look like. Bolder, not the blues and the greens and the primary colors, but, more like the grays and the blacks and the burgundies and the types of icons. Look, it sounds silly, but it matters when you're 12 years old and you're thinking that you're doing something that your, 6-year-old brother is doing. So they've really amped up that and have made some efforts that, and they've also made it where the foundational pieces in middle school, like for phonics instruction, no 7th grader wants anyone to know that they can't read or that they struggle to read. So they make it look like everything else, but they're still getting that practice in phonics instruction that they might need to be a better reader. So they've listened. How much our input, probably collectively with other input, has made a difference, I would hope some, but yeah, they're always open to feedback.
And last question, does iReady share data with other systems?
Not to my knowledge, no. They signed the agreement with North Carolina that they don't share our data.
Well, I was thinking of sharing with other evaluative types of systems.
The only,
in-house.
Oh, in-house? Well, actually, we can put it into Performance Matters on our side. We can do that. But as far as iReady sharing our information, not to my knowledge.
Well, I'll just follow up real quick and just say thank you for this. Very helpful. I love David's idea about communicating, the usage and what it looks like, and put it in real terms for parents. I just think that's really important. I'm sure you're aware that, and as a parent, I'm keenly aware every night of the screen time concerns. And so I just really appreciate the fact that you guys might be able to put some of those suggestions in, and then also thinking about monitoring, usage and overusage. And then the last thing is that I think that these are really great programs, and I think it's just a need to be mindful of being holistic in screen time. So there's a lot of different programs out there that we're using, and I think tools to kind of help teachers and admins kind of monitor the totality will be helpful in the future, and maybe even drive some purchases. So like if you have a contract coming up, you might be able to say, are you able to provide us these types of reports or that kind of thing. So thank you.
I just want to say thank you, Dr. Burris, and point out the fact that she and her team not only, explain this to us, help us with this, they also support principals. They also go down to the PLT level and utilize iReady to help individual teachers and individual teams as they move forward. So we appreciate the work that you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, my pleasure.
All right, we're at item 3, pending action and discussion, and our first item is Moore County Schools Beginning Teacher Support Plan. Ms. Purvis.
So we actually had these primarily in our plan already, minus a couple of words, but we had to make sure that we got this approved by our Board of Education per the state. So there are two pieces that were added, and they're highlighted in the copy that you have. One is that we have a documented process of identifying all of our BTs so that they can complete a recent graduate survey. That survey is actually getting ready to go out on April 17th. So we had to make sure that that was in our plan. It already was in our plan, but that's an element that we needed to make sure that we pointed out to the board. And the other piece is the plan for implementing a sound BT induction process. Our prior plan stated that we work with teachers with fewer than 3 years of experience. We did not specify in our plan that that also included teachers who have residency license or who have not completed an ed program. We did that anyway. We just didn't have it in the plan. So we had to actually specify in the plan, and you'll see that in the parenthetical, temporary license, residency license, and initial professional license. So that parenthetical is added to our plan, and because of those two changes, we needed to bring the plan back for board approval.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item B, Exceptional Children's Proposal for Extension of Gold Book Toolkit Subscription.
All right, we have Ms. Sinan, and I think I saw Mr. Waters out in the hall. Yeah, so we'll give him just a second. I saw him pop his head in. So they're going to share with us the extension of our Gold Book Toolkit subscription, and Ms. Chapman. So thank you, guys. Take it away.
Good afternoon. We're excited to come before you with some updates with Gold Book and to just talk a little bit about our plan going forward. We've had a very successful, almost complete first year with Gold Book, and we had a feedback meeting in January with the folks from Gold Book to just talk about usage, activation, all of that good stuff, and found that we're very strong with our activation rate of 96% resource access. We've been able to honor some of our top rock star users with some swag and some things that Gold Book has provided for us with that. It's been a godsend in a lot of ways, helping us with standards aligned goals, data-driven present levels, and especially our implementation of specially designed instruction, which is a real core area for us in special education. What we're working on right now is progress monitoring and some of the materials that it has that help with that as well. So it's been a smash success so far. We are using twice the national average for they had the national average for usage, and then Moore County Schools, our access of strategies is more than double what the national average is. So they really wanted to press us on that and try to figure out, okay, what's happening? Why are you guys using that so much? And we figured out a lot of it is our admin usage, and we're excited that they have seen fit to give us 24. We have 160 licenses, but they've given us 24 extra licenses on top of that for our principals in the years going forward, so that they can access some of those strategies, because there's a lot of overlap with our multi-tiered systems of support. So that's really exciting. If you were talking just the bottom line for Gold Book, we are looking at a three-year extension on this, something we had hoped to do before, but we've been able to lock in the cost of that for 3 years, and we've been informed that it was going to go up significantly subsequent years. So if this is approved, we're able to lock that in for 3 years. We've achieved through our help from our technology department and especially Will Herring, just want to honor him. We achieved a digital learning grant that is good for 3 years that's able to pay for a significant piece of this. Actually, it's over $40,000 per year that we're able to use toward that $89,999 price tag. So that's what's allowing us to be able to go ahead and say we can commit to 3 years usage with that. So we're very excited about that and what that will mean for us. We're in the process of getting surveys back from our teachers on how it's going for them. The initial feedback, though, has been really strong, and we've been able to look at school access with it and see as of January, over 11,000 resources had been accessed with it. And we're seeing just anecdotally in the meetings that Sarah and I are in and some of our specialists are in, we're seeing considerably more data in our present levels of performance. We're seeing a lot stronger, more measurable, smart goals. And that's something that I think does go back a lot to just having this as an effort multiplier and as a thought partner. So anything that I haven't touched on, Sarah?
I think the other pieces are EC teachers also get PD as well. There's free PD they can do at any time from Goalbook to be able to access the resources. The progress monitoring data tools that our teachers have been using have just been phenomenal, and they've been able to share that data with, parents and obviously IEP progress reports when they go home. They're able to use that data and those data sheets that they've used from Goalbook that's been, really beneficial for our teachers.
Any questions?
Well, I just had a quick comment. So they're going to be looking to feature you guys and how you're used. Right?
They are, yes. You know about the digital learning
Yeah.
initiatives. We have built in there as part of that grant. There is PD that we will be kind of showcasing what we've been able to do with it, and that really starts in earnest. The first year is a little less, but as we over that next 3-year cycle, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for us to showcase and to do PD and to bring in other entities to just see
Sure, yeah.
how we're using it.
Yeah, and I love that. That's obvious because you're doing such a great job with it. And I would also say that's also an opportunity to squeeze them. So,
Okay.
So like as you go forward, if you're going to be a showcase district, you might be able to work that in the future. How could you got the 24? Can you give me 40? And anyway,
Sounds
but
good.
Great
Yeah.
job. Awesome.
That's good advice.
Right.
Thank you.
Because our assistant principals really want it too.
They do, yeah. Yeah.
Good thinking, building leadership. Any other questions or
Yeah,
comments?
Go ahead, Ken.
Our exceptional children's student, absolutely, yes, absolutely. Yeah, they're gen ed students first, then yes, they do.
Mr. Hughes?
Yeah, I just have 2 questions. One is, when you said reward users, you mean faculty users, right?
That's correct,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
yeah,
That's what I
absolutely.
thought. That's how I took it. I just wasn't
Absolutely, we're doing 4 full-day trainings for just best practices. We've done one of those meetings already. We've got one more this week and then a couple more in next week. So we'll have gone through all of our case managers at that point, and we are honoring our power users in those
Yeah,
meetings,
good,
so,
Good,
yeah.
good. It's important to reward adopters.
Absolutely.
Just real quick, the student management system that we use that was mandated before the state, before this one, it was Power School, right? Yeah, okay. So I'm always concerned about the legal part and data leaks because the, FERPA is pretty clear and absolute liability is absolute liability. And since the day I was on this board, because of my background, I was always concerned about computer security and data leaks. And, I've expressed it, and, oh, that'll never happen. Oh, no, that'll never happen. Well, there was a data leak with Power School that, exposed some records of every student in North Carolina, or most of the students. So, looking at this program, and I've zero doubt that it's valuable, you guys wouldn't be so excited about it, but it looks like this program and other programs, right, that are cloud-based, even iReady, they're going to have a significant amount, especially an IEP program. I think this program and others has significant amounts of student data that is in a cloud somewhere that they assure us has perfect security, and we all know there's not. I mean, Citibank major corporations get compromised. So I would like to know, and I don't know if you know the answer, maybe it could be presented next week. I would like to see the clause in these contracts that talk about data leaks and whether or not they indemnify us against data leaks, because this is only going to be a growing problem going forward. And it's really it's an unlimited future liability that really doesn't have a timeline and doesn't have any limit of liability for. And I'll just make an example. IEPs could contain sensitive medical stuff, right? And 15 years later, a data leak happens of stuff that happened now, and that person's a professional and they get embarrassed or they get fired or whatever, and then we're on the hook. So we need to look at liability on data that we don't control outside our servers.
And two things just to mention with that. First off, we have our computer system that is ECATS, that is based at the state level. That is where that truly individualized, personally identifiable information is located. Goldbook, we've been very, very careful to make sure that we're not putting that information into Goldbook. It is occasionally they'll put a first name in, but for the most part, we're putting in information as far as like a present level, say for instance, and we're not putting in that identifiable information as far as name, anything. It doesn't have a birth date. It doesn't have any of that information that's put into Goldbook. We're putting in data points, of course, because we're trying to figure out the best ways to present those at meetings and to have that data-driven information. But it is not a place where that PII is housed. That's not what it's used for. We're very careful when we copy and paste out of Goldbook, it'll come over into ECAT. So when we paste that information over into that, we have to, and we've said, it says student, at that point, and that's when we enter that personally identifiable identifying information at that point. So I hope that makes sense. But
I'm actually interested in computer security a bit. So the teacher just makes up a pseudonym for the student?
Maybe like an initial, like a first
Exactly.
initial is what a lot of our
Yeah.
teachers use. I've used the program multiple times, and that's what I'll do.
Yeah, yeah, that's good.
Just a
That's
first
good.
initial.
So does that, I'm sorry,
no, you're fine.
were you going to say
Yeah,
something?
no, I was just going to finish my statement. That stuff like that's important. It's important for people to know because people should be concerned about data security, especially for young people, because they grow up, stuff can come up back to haunt them.
No question. And I don't know the nomenclature as far as the levels of security certification, but I know I was assured at one time talking to our IT folks, when you look at Goldbook, the level of security that's there is widely held as the gold standard.
Just
So-
let me follow on.
Yeah.
The problem is like quantum computing's changing everything. Crypto keys, crypto keys. 2 years ago, no one can break a crypto key, and now all of a sudden a quantum computer apparently can break any, crypto key in a matter of minutes. So,
Understood.
it's a moving goalpost, rapidly moving goalpost.
Understood.
I want to thank my colleague for bringing up this important factor. I just missed one thing. So when you use an initial or a pseudonym, does that mean that the information for a student is being tracked in Goldbook so that you can go back and it's all there? Or are you having to, each time you want Goldbook to help you with the SMART goals and so forth, you have to put in that student's data?
So you can save folders. So there
Absolutely.
is folders within Goldbook. So, and like people can work together. So a speech language pathologist might want to work with an EC teacher on a goal together, maybe like a social skills goal that they're working on together. So they would save that in their present levels, and they have their own folder, and they probably just put that kid's first initial in it. So that's something that they'll know when every time they see an M, it stands for, a certain specific student. So.
And it can be used both ways. I mean, you can honestly swoop in Dr. Dahl and just and use it,
One time.
get the information you need, move it
Back
over
out.
into ECATS, and then be back out and not save anything. So
Yep.
they're both ways to use that. But we've been adamant about making sure that we are not putting in that PII into Goldbook.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your time and efforts. Okay, we're at item C, purchase of Paxton Patterson Labs for More Innovative High School and Community Learning Center at Pinckney.
Thank you. This is going to be a very exciting item for our board to take a look at. I think Dr. Lisa Scott's headed in. She's going to share this with us. She's very excited about it. As she sent me more information on it and I took a look, this is going to be a great asset for More Innovative High School and the Community Learning Center. So Dr. Scott, if you would, share the information with us and get us all excited.
Good afternoon. How are we doing? Yay! Okay. So we have the great opportunity to provide some career education exploration labs to 2 schools that we currently aren't able to touch. Okay? So for Community Learning Center at Pinckney, they're just different by design, right? And so after meeting with Dr. Wilson, she and I, at the same time, said the same words. And so she got even more excited. So a couple of years ago, the state, when they gave us the Title I Part D money, gave us more than we needed. And so it was just worked out to be a great opportunity to sit down with her and go, okay, what can we do? How can we support you guys? And at the same time, we both said Paxton Patterson. So these are hands-on modules that students will work through, and they will explore different opportunities. And for this group of kids, that is extremely important because we want them to leave us being successful, right? So we're very excited about trying to offer this lab for these students. So she, along with Dr. Keller and some of their staff, went through the module options that we have available, and they selected options based off the interest of the students that they currently are serving. And so they have selected the 15 modules that will be provided to their school if you all approve the purchase of the lab. They've already come and walked the lab space. We're waiting for the green light, and we're ready to go to get this going. The teachers at CLC will be the ones that facilitate this lab. So they will take students in, they will facilitate the lab. We are not providing any additional staff because we have maxed out our staffing through CTE. But this gives them another option to get them ready to make those life choices that are important. For More Innovative High School, again, slightly different. So these students that are finishing up their freshman year, they have had the opportunity to explore on campus and off campus some career opportunities. So this made sense for that sophomore year where they're getting ready to have to make those college selections for junior year, picking their career pathway plan that they're going to take at Sandhills. So again, we discussed this lab as another option to help give those kids. Some of those students coming to us at More Innovative haven't been in our schools, so they haven't had the opportunity to sit into a CTE classroom in middle school. And so this gives them an opportunity to explore a little bit further about what their interests might be before they select their pathway for junior and senior year. Ms. Saccone was very excited, and once again, her teachers will be the ones to facilitate this opportunity for students. Questions? Yes, sir. So the labs will be there for the whole year. And so I think what Ms. Saccone's plan is, and students move through the modules. So the modules are 10 hours. They're designed as, two-person. So Ms. Phillips and I would sit down and we would work through the module together. It's very hands-on. It comes with the supplies that we need. The healthcare, like the nursing, it's like a simulation type lab because some of the materials that come allow you to practice drawing blood with not a real needle, but, you figure out real quick, am I going to pass out from drawing blood or not? It allows the kids to practice welding without actually welding. So it really gives them that hands-on simulation to see if that's an interest that they have. And so they can work through the labs at their pace. There is no rush to finish all the labs in 1 year. You may only finish a few labs that you're interested in. So it gives some flexibility for the school and the students in completion.
What's the plan to finance the follow-on if you like it?
So this is a one-time up purchase. We have funds, the Title I Part D we get each year to support some of the initiatives at Community Learning Center. And with More Innovative High School, I can use CTE funds to replenish any of the consumable pieces of these labs.
So there's durable
sustainable.
parts and consumable parts.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the continuing
yes,
it would
we can
cost a lot
continue.
less than initiating
Yes,
it.
ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you.
How many, I really like, I opened up a list of the labs.
Yes.
They're all here. There's a lot of them. But I'm curious. Okay, I'm very squeamish. I hate the sight of blood. But how can you have a simulation that's going to test that? How can you do that without real blood?
It is very unique. So we even talked about with the Paxton gentleman when he came to measure the labs. He gave me an idea, and I was like, oh, I really like that idea. When we were with Ms. Saccone, he says, y'all can even do a ribbon cutting. I said, oh, I love this idea. Like, we can bring y'all in, and we can bring the community in, and y'all can come and test out the labs and watch the kids show you how to do it. And so there's some digitized pieces. They can use their Chromebooks to work through the modules. So it's just very unique. It's just very unique.
I'd like to get an idea how much hands-on manipulation real experience there is versus
Yeah.
how much digitized.
Well, it's a digital simulation. So like with, and I don't know how to, I'm not really great at explaining this well. But they get, in some cases, I'm trying to find my handouts here because I gave y'all a copy of some of them. Some of the handouts, like with the manufacturing, like the electronics board, there's an electrical board. And so, but you also follow along with the lesson, throughout, and there are questions that you have to answer. So it's checking to see if you're understanding what you're working on. So when you walk in, the lab will be set up around the room, and you will go to the space to participate in the lab.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not sure. It's
and
going
I-
to be a lot of boxes.
yeah,
That's what I was told. It's going to be a lot of boxes.
Well, I've it's
Boxes
interesting
are good in this
Boxes
context.
are good in this concept. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's good that you describe that because I've actually been to a couple places that have had them,
Yes.
and I've never actually walked into one,
No.
but I hear them raving about it, and so I don't know.
And so when you
What
walk
goes
in,
on in there,
you have
but-
kids doing all these different things
When
at
you
the
say
same
labs,
time in the room.
when you say labs, you mean like modules,
Yes.
not like a computer lab.
Not like
or
a computer lab, no.
Right.
Mm-mm.
Right.
No.
Just want to make sure that's clear. So
Mm-mm.
they're
Yes.
going in and
Correct.
accessing the different materials, both digital
Because
and
the teacher is
hands-on
truly
and-
the facilitator here.
Gotcha.
The lab walks them through learning each of the pieces.
So you said there's money for getting them the space changed, or how does the space need to change? I guess?
No, so we had to, the gentleman from Paxton Patterson had to come and see the spaces that we were going to use for these labs, because that determines, with the modules they selected, do we have the square footage that meets that, right? Do we have the electrical pieces that we need?
Gotcha.
So one of the rooms that Ms. Saccone is getting at Sandhills next year in Van Dusen, we went and walked the space. He said it was perfect. We've already discussed what that lab setup might look like. We understand for hers is going to be a little bit more mobile because it's a mixed-use space, but we were already working through the logistics of that. And then at Community Learning Center, Dr. Wilson had a room where we went, and he looked at that space, and we talked about what was the better choice, and so we were really excited about what this is going to look like for these kids.
I think it sounds great. I mean, I love the access to all the different careers, and these are two
And then, of
places
course,
that it's really good.
as money comes through these same funds, if they wanted to add modules, we could, right? Because you pay by the module, as you saw in the quotes, the modules are price pointed differently.
So I got a few questions. By the way, up until this morning, I forgot I was on the school board, so I just was reading through the notes today. So
It's okay.
we should go to every other month meetings, and I would just forget all about it for like 45, 60 days at a time. Okay, so I do have some questions. So you said the labs are 10 days. How long each day?
10 hours.
10 hours.
10-hour modules.
Okay.
So that'll be at the design of the administrators for their students. So it could be that if Ms. Saccone decides on Fridays, on those half days that they
Yeah,
have, this is
yeah.
a great opportunities for those kids to spend time in the lab.
Yeah.
So I might go in with my partner, and we may, I don't see us doing all 10 hours in one day.
Yeah,
Right?
okay, right,
It may
right.
be a few hours at a time, so it may
Okay.
take us a couple of weeks to finish that module.
So each area of interest is a 10-hour module.
Correct.
Okay, good. And so we're implementing this. So we're getting level 1 and level 2.
Level 2 and level 3
Level 2 and level 3.
modules, yes, sir.
Right. And level 2 is 7th and 8th grade. Where is that going?
So that they're going to have both modules. So that's like I'm interested in healthcare, but then if I'm interested in healthcare and I complete that module, right, then I can go to the level 3 module, which is going to take me to a little bit more specific area. I believe one of the ones that they chose was nursing.
I'm sorry, just
Yeah.
a quick overview just said level 2 was targeted 7th and 8th grade,
Mm-hmm.
and level 3 was targeted 9th and 10th. But if we're only doing this in high schools, why are we getting the 7th and 8th grade?
Because some of our students haven't had the chance to explore that yet. And we're trying, plus at Community Learning Center, we have middle schoolers.
Okay, so that kind of leads me to my next question. This is new for Moore County Schools, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you mentioned, this was just something I picked out, that Here's a random thought too. My colleague over here mentioned that she was squeamish at the sight of blood. Our sales rep for this, her name is True Blood. So don't read her signature. You might get
And she
squeamish.
actually used to be a CTE teacher before she
Thought
switched
you were
over.
going to say she was a phlebotomist.
I don't know that she was a phlebotomist, but
was she with us? That name seems familiar.
I believe it was more around Harnett County area
Okay.
is where she was from. Mhm.
Anyway, so one of the points you made talking about the More Innovative High School is that a lot of students entering More Innovative High School have not attended Moore County School. That's actually true of all of our high schools.
Oh, absolutely.
Because many charter schools and private schools cut off, and then it causes this huge overcapacity, as Ms. Phillips knows, in our high schools, right? So my question is, my roundabout way of saying that is, we don't have this in our existing schools,
No, sir.
right? So just a few minutes ago, you said, well, they need to have the 7th and 8th grade level because they've never been exposed to it before. Well, no one in Moore County schools has been exposed to it.
So because we have CTE teachers at all of our middle schools,
Right.
and we have CTE at our traditional high schools, any student who attends any of those schools has the opportunity to participate and get that exposure.
To do these labs, even though.
No, to do our programs that we currently offer.
So why do our programs not suffice at the Innovative High School and
Because we don't have the personnel at those locations.
there's no CTE teachers at our Innovative High School, which is supposed to be a CTE?
No,
Because
sir.
Sandhills provides those.
Correct, because they're going to
Oh.
take the Sandhills Pathway CTE
And
programs.
the Sandhills people couldn't possibly do those sort of exposures and evaluations.
So they have gone to visit the labs this year
Mm-hmm.
at Sandhills. They've gone to the various departments. Ms. Saccone and her team have worked really hard to take the kids to see all of the different options that are available at Sandhills. We have also provided some other field trip options for them, trying to help them start to form some decisions and ideas about what they'd like to do.
Here's my here's kind of what I'm getting at, is if this is a good idea, then we should be, why are we not doing it in all of our high schools and giving all of our students the benefit of this?
Because we have significant programs already at each of the schools.
And we don't have, so we have a significant CTE programs, or we have, right, but the Innovative High School is a giant CTE program, or at least that's how it was sold to us. Now we're being told we don't have CTE teachers there.
So let me provide just a little bit of clarity.
just trying to
Yeah, I
understand
understand
this.
what you're saying. So one of the things we have to remember is that when we started More Innovative High School, yes, we added a few students who were not a part of Moore County schools, but the majority of those students were pulled from our current schools. When we think about how we are allocated CTE positions, we are allocated CTE positions based on ADM, based on our average daily membership. Because the creation of More Innovative High School did not raise our average daily membership substantially, the amount of CTE teachers that we have allocated to us remain the same. If we were to put a CTE teacher at More Innovative High School, we'd have to pull that teacher from another campus. And we currently have one at every middle school and several at every high school. So this is because we didn't increase ADM enough to get that teacher. Same thing with Pinckney. Those kids are coming from a school that has CTE, but because we can't fund another CTE position because we don't have the allotment, they don't have that at Pinckney. Does that help?
No, look, I understand the issue. I'm just pointing out two things, and I have one other question. One is that, I question whether the 7th and 8th grade one is needed at our Innovative High School where students are hand-selected. It's like a remedial thing. At least that's my perception. I could be wrong. And my other point is it just seems crazy that Sandhills can't provide, Sandhills is a giant skills training CTE college. You think they could provide introductions and have them give briefs the freshman year and little labs where they go and visit the Sandhill stuff to gauge interest, because that's what they are. They're a technical training center.
I have a suggestion relative to this conversation. Could we get on the display one of the pages showing a list of the labs. I think that would contribute to this particular conversation because of it gives an idea of the variety of things available for students to check out. I mean, the idea, as I understand it, is to gauge interest, to give them a little bit of exposure to something, to find out if that's something they want to pursue. And I think what you're describing, as I understand it, would take a great deal more investment from everybody for each thing the students would check out. And these things, by virtue of being modular.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting.
Okay, well then I'm not understanding it. It seems like allocating a teacher to each of these or to several of these just would be less efficient than having these modules.
The point that I'm on now is 2 points. The first point is we're giving this to freshmen, but we're buying the 7th and 8th grade modules in addition to that. They have high school modules, 9th and 10th grade, and they have middle school, 7th and 8th grade. We're giving this to freshmen in high school, and we're buying the 7th and 8th grade modules. That's point one. Has nothing to do with the content. It has something to do with we're giving it to one grade, but we're buying 2 grades lower. That's point one. My second point is specific to the more innovative high school, where that's supposed to be this great partnership between us and Sandhills Community College, which is community colleges are all vocational training centers. And we're going to spend money, I don't know how much it is, that's my next point. We're going to spend money every year to give little labs to see whether the students are interested in a finite number of career fields. I would suggest that Sandhills Community College, the automotive repair, the culinary arts, the nursing program, I would think that if we were really truly this integrated team, that they would come over their freshman year and they would conduct these labs, giving resources that they have, and do that free of charge without us having to spend our money doing it. Those are the 2 points. None of those went into the specifics of the program.
Okay,
Right.
I would like to ask the presenters a question relative to his first point, which is, why are we including the 7th and 8th grade level? It seems to me that the thing that we need to understand that might help us with this is what specific kinds of skills
Ms.
and
Dahl,
abilities and
Ms. Dahl,
preparation would be needed
Mi-
for the high school level one.
Ms. Dahl, I'm just throwing this out for contemplation, and maybe the staff can think about it and then, present an answer next week. I really didn't want to go into a 35-minute debate on this one point. But if that's where you want to go, then I guess we'll do a 35-minute debate on this one fine point when it's just something I'm suggesting they look at and consider and our board members consider.
Well, I misunderstood your intention then.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Dr.
So, I'm sorry, my last point is, you talked about part of this being fixed cost and variable cost, and a couple people asked questions, but you never identified how much is an annual recurring cost. You said, there's some consumables.
Mm-hmm.
Well, is there an annual subscription in addition to the consumables? If so, what can we expect to be the annual cost? And what I would expect is, subscription to the program is X, and we project the consumables to be Y, so we can project in the out years it's going to be X amount per year. Do we have those numbers? Am I asking the right question?
I do know that the initial cost for the lab is a 5-year lab. We have the modules for 5 years. The consumable cost, I do not have that. I will have to contact the company.
So the money, the $168,000 is a 5-year license for all the curriculum,
Correct.
and then whatever the consumables are.
Correct.
Yeah, I would like to know what the anticipated amount of the consumables are.
Okay.
And that's $168,000. That includes a 5-year license. There's no
Correct.
annual fees.
No.
Is that in the presentation?
It's in the quote.
Okay. All right. I'll take a look at that. Thank you.
All right, we'll look forward to more conversations. Thank
Sorry.
you.
I did
Oh,
have.
I'm sorry,
No,
Ms.
it's
Davis.
okay.
I
I was
missed you.
quiet. You alluded to it very quickly, I believe, but our teachers do receive some
Yes, there's professional development for the teachers. They will be trained on how these labs work.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And were there any labs that we weren't able to facilitate due to any type of constraints on our buildings at all? Or
No, ma'am.
they're all available to
Everything
us?
is available
Okay.
based off what was selected.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, we'll go one more and then we'll have a break. Let's get our item D, out-of-state field trips. Ms. Purvis.
All right, thank you, Dr. Capps. She has 2 field trips to talk with us about this afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Capps.
Absolutely. These are 2 easy ones, 2 exciting ones. The first one, Washington, D.C. has been a hot item. All of our schools are going there. This is hopefully, I think this is the last one. You might get another one, though, next month. The Cranes Creek Middle School 8th grade team would like to go to Washington, D.C. And I can tell you as a parent of a Southern Middle School kiddo that just returned, they had a blast. And all I've heard is they walked 10 miles every day. And we have more pictures of cherry blossoms than we can handle. Now, the second field trip, this is also an exciting one. You approved of the JROTC team at Union Pines, the drone team to attend the aerial competition for the state. 2 teams, not just one, but 2 teams have qualified for the nationals. So they snuck it in, trying to get to Georgia to compete. So making history, not just one team, but 2 teams, which is unheard of. So any questions?
Well, just saying making history, that could be interesting to highlight, right? Is there any other schools in the state that might be interesting to find out, like that have done 2 teams and sent 2 teams? I mean, that would
I'm
be
learning so much
Right.
about our drone teams. I would love to get more information
Yeah, that
on
might
it,
be cool
just
to
see
highlight
what,
that.
what we can add to our bragging sheet.
awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Okay. you, board members, and we are at item E, presentation of revised interim superintendent's proposed operating budget fiscal year 2026-2027. Turn it over to you, Ms. Purvis.
All right, thank you so much. You will not see a lot of revisions in today's presentation. However, this does include a review of our summary of public comments that were put in, and a little change in our budget, which is a positive change. So as we take a look, remember again, our vision and our mission, those are the things that we focus on when we are utilizing our budget and how we utilize that budget. So Moore County Schools, the first and best choice in education, with an unwavering commitment to excellence, innovation, and ensuring the development of leaders of tomorrow. And then our mission, Moore County Schools will graduate students with the skills, knowledge, character, critical thinking, and education needed to become proud and successful Americans. And these are the things that our budget supports. Our core beliefs, again, just reviewing those and knowing that students are the very core of everything that we do. So as we make budget decisions, our goal is to take a look at how does this impact students, and to ensure that we maintain the level of services that we have providing to students, and enhance those when we have the ability to. Our budget focus is around those areas that the board have highlighted as focus areas. We're committed to advocacy for our schools, extracurricular, community engagement, literacy, construction facilities, parent education, absenteeism, recruitment, retention, durable skills, transportation, early literacy, and workforce needs. And all of these areas are supported by our budget. When we think about the driving factors, when we look at what drives the creation and determination of our budget pathways, we need to remember that our funding of public schools, Moore County Public Schools, Moore County Schools specifically, is one of our greatest assets. We have over 13,000 students that are going to contribute to our county, to our society. So it is one of our greatest assets. We're currently 7th in grade level proficiency, and we're the county's second largest employer. So not only are we putting out 13,000 students, many of those students come back to us because we are the second largest employer in the county. The local budget is an investment not just in individual students, but in the prosperity of our county as a whole. Key points, we have had some impact from fixed cost increases. Those are things that we just can't help. We don't have any ability to control those. So maintaining our level of service while we take care of all students and employees is something that's very important. When we say we're utilizing a conservative budget approach, that doesn't mean that we're trying to cut corners. What it means is that we're trying to do the very most that we can do with every dollar that we have. And so finding budget efficiencies, projecting revenues from our county funding formula, and estimating our fixed cost increase, just taking a look at historical data.
Sorry, yeah, sorry about that. So the web portal, just a reminder, it was open for public comments from March the 3rd to March 17th. We did have 24 respondents, and there were 12 that were, the relationship was a parent guardian of a current student. We had 9 that were either a teacher or a certified staff member. We had 1 that was a community resident, 1 that was a current student, and 1 that was a central office or school administration. The most common theme across the feedback is a strong, unified call for increased investment in core school operations, primarily through higher staff compensation and better academic resources by reevaluating current budget priorities. The takeaways from the comments were that staff compensation and retention should be a focal point for our budget. The investment in academics and achievement should be prioritized, and then more funding for infrastructure and maintenance should be considered. Some background information for the interim superintendent's revised proposed budget. We'll start with revenues. Now, at our last meeting on February 9th, we presented what the counties we had projected for our 26-27 scenarios, with a 3% increase from the county, a 4% increase, or a 5% increase. Looking at this year, 25-26, we currently, with that 38.5% funding formula, we received $39,500,018. With a 3% increase, we would look at a $1,185,000 increase in funding for revenue. With a 4% increase, it would be $1,580,000, and at a 5% increase would be $1,975,000. This slide is updated based on Moore County's March 10th preliminary funding presentation. On March 10th, the county presented the increase in revenue to Moore County Schools would be $1,770,377. This represents approximately 4.3% increase.
So we were pleasantly surprised. It was great to see our county's investment in Moore County Schools. Tina and I were present at this budget work session of the Board of Commissioners. This was part of their public presentation that day, that we should expect $1.77 million. So that does put us in a little bit better spot, especially when we take a look down the road here in these slides at utilization of fund balance. So we appreciate their investment in Moore County Schools. And taking a look at the expenses, we'll start again with our state retirement benefit cost increases from 2022 to 2026. It was approximately an increase of about 8% during those 5 years. And then the hospitalization rate from 22 to 26 increased about $1,500 per person, which is approximately 21% increase. Again, those are those fixed costs that we pointed out at the beginning that we just don't have control over, but they do significantly impact the budget. Charter school funding. For charter schools, they receive funding based on the number of students they have enrolled. The funding comes from the local school district where the students reside, and then General Statute 115C 218-105C requires districts to provide the per pupil local current expense appropriation each year. And I know I share this every time, but I just, for those that might be listening in the public and haven't heard it before, we have to remember that public charter school money does come out of our 38.5%. So that 38.5% that is allocated is for all Moore County public schools, not just Moore County schools. So charter schools are paid out of that allocation.
You know, something that's frustrated me the entire time I've been on the board is charter schools enjoy the funding from the county, but they're never there to advocate for an increase. They're never there alongside us to advocate for an increase in what is their funding. That is, I'm not casting stones at anyone, but you know, they get funding from the county, but they never show up and stand alongside us to advocate for more. I have found that very interesting. And they've been invited, by the way.
Well, we haven't really done a lot of advocating for a lot more. In recent years, we've been doing these lean budgets, and so there hasn't been a lot of advocating for going above and beyond that yet. So I would definitely invite them along with us when we get to that point, and I think that would be great to be.
They should be there and
Absolutely.
present a united front.
Yeah.
This is a look at the total County of Moore public school students. In 25-26, we have 14,429 students. 12,917 of those students are Moore County school students. 1,512 are charter school students. This ADM is based on PMR month 2. And this is a charter school projected increases. Just a reminder, for fiscal year 26, our estimated growth was 75 students. Our fiscal year 25 actual growth was 7 students, but our 5-year growth was 68 students. We are projecting at 85 students at $27.10 per pupil, making our projected increase for charter schools $230,000. This was the slide that we presented at the March work session. The fixed cost items, total fixed costs associated with projected state increases in salaries, retirement, and health insurance contribution rates. That total with that state 2% salary increase was $745,000. For local supplement step increases for certified staff was $250,000. Our all other projected fixed cost increases with a 5% inflation rate was $388,000, and that projected charter school growth based on the 5-year average is $230,000, making our total fixed cost increases with a 2% state salary increase $1,613,000. We had anticipated county revenue at 3% at $1,185,000. This left a shortage of $428,000 for our 26-27 revenues versus expenses. And then with a 3% state salary increase, that shortage grew to $603,000, and at 4% it grows to $768,000. And then once we went to the county's March 10th preliminary funding presentation, those numbers, they've changed. Now our costs stay the same. The total fixed cost still for a 2% increase is $1,613,000, but with that new revenue at $1,770,377, we actually have an overage with a 2% state salary increase for 26-27. With a 3% state salary increase, it would be a shortage of $17,623, and with a 4% state salary increase would be $182,623 shortage.
So there again, this is what I was pointing out, a great positive when we look at this addition to our budget. When you think about the difference between a $428,000 shortage for 2% or a $157,000 in the green, and then looking at our 3 and 4, this is much better. So that increase certainly helps us. I would just caution us to remember that the state hasn't come out with a budget, and we haven't had raises in a while. So we may see something that's a little bigger than 2%. So this will be helpful, and we appreciate that again.
This is our potential fund balance appropriation for fiscal year 27. For 25-26, we appropriated $1,855,133 in fund balance. With the projected 26-27 overage of $157,377, we would have a projected fund balance appropriation for 26-27 of $1,697,756. With a 3% state salary increase, our fund balance appropriation would be $1,872,756, and with a 4% state salary increase, it would be $2,037,756. This would be our projected local fund balance for fiscal year 27. Our fund balance as of June 30th, 25 was $4,651,054. Our assigned fund balance for inventories and stabilization was $310,746. Our assigned fund balance for fiscal year 25-26 is $1,855,133, and our unassigned fund balance for 25-26 is $2,485,175. Our projected fund balance for June 30th, 2026 is $4,829,090. Our projected fund balance appropriation for 26-27 based on the 2% state salary increase is $1,697,756, making our projected unassigned fund balance for 26-27 with that 2% state salary increase $3,131,334. With a 3% increase would be $2,956,334. A 4% increase would be $2,791,334. And keeping in mind, we did utilize around $700,000 in fund balance for 24-25. All of these scenarios would keep us at that $2 million minimum floor. But as Ms. Purvis had stated, we just really need to remain cautious because any potential salary increase that could happen this year or going into next year, if they decide to make it a little, more of a salary increase, could impact our 2 million floor.
And I will just remind the board, when we see that fund balance appropriation, that looks like a huge number, and it is. But remember, we have to balance the budget that we submit. And so when we take a look at that 1,697,756 and those other numbers progressively at 3% and 4%, that doesn't reflect exactly how much of the fund balance will be utilized. If we utilize at the same rate, Ms. Edmonds is expecting, for example, this year somewhere around 700,000, then that means we would deduct that from that projected fund balance appropriation, and the remainder goes back into our Fund 2 fund balance. So just because we are appropriating it to balance the budget does not mean it will all be spent, if that makes sense. All right, so let's take a look at our proposed budget for this coming year. Again, this is just a synopsis of what we've shared. You can see our increased expenses because of fixed costs at $1,613,000. We're projecting, based on that March 10th work session of the county commissioners, $1,770,377 in increased revenue, which puts us with a balance of $157,377. Current year appropriation, $1,855,133, meaning our estimated fund balance appropriation at the 2% level is $1,697,756. Again, when we take a look at our fund balance appropriation and fiscal year 27, when we take a look at our fund balance as of June 30th of 25, you can see $4,651,000. You again see that inventory stabilization. The fund balance for this fiscal year 25-26 that was allocated $1,855,133. Again, there's our unassigned fund balance that's remaining there. And then you can see the projection that in 26-27, at a 2%, we would assign $1,697,000, and that would leave an unassigned fund balance of $3,131,334.
This is our preliminary 26-27 Moore County Schools budget. It's the interim superintendent's preliminary proposed 26-27 Moore County Schools budget. For state funds, the proposed budget is $102,425,037. Fund 2, which is local, $43,568,151. Fund 3 for federal is $11,095,952. Fund 4, which is capital, is $1 million. Fund 5 for school nutrition, $6,383,000. Fund 8 for restricted revenue is $3,242,000, making our total 26-27 proposed budget $167,714,140. And just with the asterisks, the funds 4, 5, and 8, they do not include appropriated fund balance carryover.
I would also just remind the board, when we take a look at that Fund 1, which is, if you'll back up just real quick, Tina, when you take a look at that Fund 1 state funding, the largest area there at $102 million, almost 80% of that is people. So the large majority of that $102 million, 80% of it is for people.
This is the 26-27 interim superintendent's proposed local Fund 2, a breakdown of that budget. So for local current operations, it's $37,067,395. Charter school operations is $4,203,000, making our projected county allotment for Fund 2 $41,270,395. Fines and forfeitures are $450,000. Interest is at $150,000, and our local fund balance assignment with that 2% state salary increase is $1,697,756, making our proposed Fund 2 budget $43,568,151. This is the projected county allotment, so this is all the money that we receive from the county. For our local current operations, again, $37,067,395. Charter school operations, $4,203,000. So for local, Fund 2 is $41,270,395. For capital, Fund 4 is $800,000. For the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, we put it in Fund 8, PRC 69 is $50,000, making the total county allotment $42,120,395.
So again, when we just take an overview of our budget, just to summarize, this budget is focused on ensuring that we can maintain our vision, complete our mission, and support our core beliefs and our strategic goals. It'll allow us to take care of our people and ensure the current level of operations. Again, let's not forget how much we, as Moore County Schools, contribute to the vibrancy of the economy and our students coming out and doing well. And the utilization of this budget approach, finding some efficiencies where we can, maintaining where we can, so that we are utilizing a conservative approach and impact to the budget. We really appreciate the board's time. We appreciate our commissioners and funding. We appreciate the public who took their time to provide feedback to us, and those of you who are budget committee members for your time in this budget. If you'll take a look at our next steps, we will move forward with a budget committee meeting. If you all have any input, please make sure that we are aware of that at our budget committee meeting on April 16th. The budget committee hopefully will endorse the revised superintendent's proposed budget. We bring that to you as an endorsed budget at the regular business meeting. Should the board adopt that, it becomes the Moore County Board of Education budget. I will stress that we're on the calendar to present this budget, the budget that is approved on the 20th, to the county commissioners on May 5th. County manager will then recommend a budget presentation. He'll present his, and there'll be a public hearing at the county commissioner level and a date to be determined for them to adopt their budget. By October 12th, we must have approval of our final school budget. And that is hoping that the state comes through with the budget by then as well. Questions or discussions?
I have one high-level question on my favorite topic. On page 26, it had the high level. You don't need to pull it up, but food services. I know in the past years we have upgraded our food twice with existing money, right? We've upgraded our food quality twice, and we bought a lot of needed equipment that had been ignored in the past. Are we doing any other upgrades in the upcoming budget to either our food or?
So because child nutrition is a self-standing entity,
Right.
They do have the ability and they do have some room to continue upgrades. So I know we've got some summer plans to upgrade some kitchens and to continue that. So Bliss, she's really great about taking a look at who needs new stoves, who needs new freezers, and
Yep.
all that type of thing. So that does continue on an ongoing basis.
And then anything we could do to improve food quality and choice, and by quality, I mean getting rid of chemicals and stuff. And
One of the things that she is going to be doing is, again, you'll remember that bid process, and so that'll be coming up in the coming months, but also the ability to work farm to table and get some food from our local folks. That is more expensive, but it also benefits local economy and is also healthy food. So those are some things that she's putting into place more and more.
I'll tell my story, and sorry you're going to have to hear this again, but I had a warehouse out in Oceanside, California, and the warehouse behind mine was cleaning out all this pallets of food and stuff, and just pallet after pallet of food. And I go wandering over, this was decades ago, and I'm like, what's up with all this? There's just pallets of giant canned foods. It was all made in China, right? Made in China, made in China. They're like, oh, we provide schools and prisons their food, and boy, we've come a long ways in the last 3 or 4 years on improving our school, but that was just stuck in my mind.
Yeah.
Was there a lot of red tape involved in getting to buy local food as opposed to having to buy it through some standard source processor or whatever?
I'm sorry. It used to be a harder process. The state is moving more and more towards encouraging that as part of their agricultural, purpose as an agricultural state. So they're encouraging that. But there are some processes that she has to go through. They have to be a registered vendor. They have to be on a business list. We can't just buy from anyone. They have to be a registered agricultural vendor, and they have to work with the state and allow us to do that. But it is a process that has gotten easier, if that helps.
Mr. Johnson. Yeah.
Well, I just had a couple comments. First of all, thank you to Tina very much. We're very, very lucky to have Tina here working this with us. And the history and the context is just fantastic. So thank you. And also thank you for answering random questions. I appreciate it. I wanted to clarify one thing just to make sure I have it right in my mind and make sure that others do as well. So the 4.3% increase, that's a result of the funding formula of 30.5% at the 33-cent property tax.
If we were to get a conservative amount, that would be the 3%. Tina ran those numbers, and she can give you the specifics. And we went a little deeper to get that 4.3%. So I'll let Tina share because we wanted to ensure that you knew exactly what that increase was.
Thank you. So we actually pulled the counties, their financials, and looked at, matched up because they do have their 25, 26 financials and what they budgeted for property and sales tax. We took that total, come back to make sure, this is the numbers that match up with everything we got this year. So then we increased it to the 3 to the 4. What I did, to get back to the 4.3, I had to actually, do some calculations to figure out exactly what that would be. But because it was between 4 and between 5, it wasn't exact. So I come up with 4.3. They may have something in their numbers that maybe they were thinking it was just 4, but based on the numbers that I had off of their financials, this is what I had.
So to answer your question, historically, we've been given a conservative 3%. And if based off of property taxes and sales tax, if we were to just be given that 3%, we would not be given 1.77. We'd be given the number that we had been using with you guys in the February and March meeting. So although we are still looking at the same property and sales tax here, we're getting above that 3%, which we were guaranteed as told we could expect. So they are allotting us more than that 3% this year. They're giving us 4.3.
And so I've got it in my mind. So that's a projection. Basically, the county's doing better than they expected. And so our funding formula now comes in higher because of their increased financials? Or am we getting too in the weeds here? I don't want to get too far in the weeds.
No,
but
so what they're going to do is take that 38.5%, right? And they take our 38.5%, and they're saying each year you can project about a 3% increase. Because of where they're standing with their financials, they don't have to give us more than that 3% that we've been guaranteed. However, they've taken a look and said, we're going to allot you. They also know that we have increased fixed costs. So we are being allotted 4.3 instead of 3. So we don't have to be based on that 38.5%.
Gotcha.
All that we have to be allotted or have been promised is a 3% increase. So this is a nice surprise to get more than a 3% increase. Does that help?
I think so. So in the end, it'll be more than the 38.5% based on the new financials.
Can I jump in here?
Sure.
So the county commissioners over the past several years have had a target of 3% growth in their budget. And everything's gone up from their revenue side. Tax revenues have gone up because of property tax, because of new buildings, and sales tax have gone up. So what they've done is, you know, the revenues, if they kept property taxes the same, would have gone up 12 to 15%, right?
Right.
So what they did is they lowered property tax just to keep a 3% growth. If I understand this correctly, what they're doing is in 26, 27, they're allowing their budget to expand 4.3% instead of 3%. So what they're doing is they're not lowering tax rates as much, property tax rates as much. Is that correct? The overall, but they're not giving us a larger slice of the pie.
Right.
The pie is growing to 4.3%. Is growing 3.3%.
Correct, but they would not have, there is no obligation on their part to give us that
Correct.
4.3.
Oh, correct. They could keep it at 0 if they wanted to.
Well, they've assured us that we will at least get what
Right.
we've got the previous year.
Got it.
So they're
And-
letting the pie grow this year 4.3%
Yep.
instead of 3%. So our piece is
Does that
bigger.
help?
Yep, that was my question. Yeah, thank you.
So does the 3% expectation next year apply to the total this year? In other words, that 4.3 becomes part of our total. So do we get, 1.03 times that next year?
No, we get 37.5% of whatever size that pie is. And our 37% will never grow in reduce in total dollars. We get a certain percentage of the pie,
38.5%.
38.5%. This year, the pie is growing 1.3% more, so we get 1.3% more. Next year, it could go back to 3% growth or 0% growth or 20% growth.
And their pie could actually grow 4.3% or 5%, but there's no obligation on their part to allot us at that percentage. They could say, well, we've grown 4.3% or we've grown 5%, but we're going to allot you at the 3% that we've said you could historically be promised. This 4.3% doesn't really necessarily reflect how much they've grown. This reflects the increase. The 4.3% is the increase that is reflected here in 1.77 million.
Bottom line is, we're grateful and we're thankful.
That's right.
For our county commissioners recognizing the important work we do in Moore County Schools and that they support us, and I'm very, very appreciative. And we're very appreciative of you both for all the time and effort, and to our budget committee for all the time and effort that you put into this preliminary budget. We look forward to continuing and presenting to our Board of Commissioners in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we are at item F, our amended fiscal year 2025-26 budget resolution for third quarter. So, Ms. Edmonds, you're still with us.
This is our fiscal year 25-26 budget resolution for the third quarter. This budget resolution goes through revision number 59. For state public school funds, we're at $103,466,531. That is an increase of $439,701. Our local current fund is at $41,955,151. There is no change. With our federal program fund, we're at $10,853,374. That is an increase of $137,802. For local capital fund, we're at $4,347,374. There is an increase of $75,830. Our school nutrition fund is at $9,010,100. There is no change. Our after-school fund is at $1,500,000. There is no change. And then local operations fund is at $12,120,201. This is an increase of $300,012. Our total amended budget is $183,252,731, which is an increase of $953,345. We'll take a look at the revision details. So for state public school fund, that increase was $439,700.82. You can see in PRC 13 and 14, that makes up the majority of that increase. That was due to a supplemental state allotment and some ABC transfers that went in from PRC 13 to PRC 14. PRC 30 was a digital learning initiative grant. That was brand new money, and it was approvals through January 14th. PRC 32, children with disabilities, that increase was due to EC headcount transfers and pay plan reserve. And then PRC 48, that increase was from the APIB ACE bonus allotment. For federal programs, the increase was $137,802. The majority of that increase was from 17, which was the difference in what I had estimated the budget to be versus what it actually came in at. And then PRC 60, the same thing, that increases the difference between my estimated budget versus the actual budget. PRC 103, that increase was for grant year 25 reallocations and supplemental allotments. PRC 115, that was grant year 25 supplemental allotments. And 118, that was brand new money, approvals as of 2/12/26. Then for capital outlay, there was a $75,830 increase. That was for the second payment, third payment, and a fourth payment on our state school buses that the state pays on our behalf. And then for restricted revenue, there was an increase of $300,012. PRC 435 was a digital champion grant of $25,000. That difference was my estimated budget versus actual. Then 711 for athletics, we had $120,000 for the CVB grant. And then 807 was $155,012. That was the NCIC consortium allotment, and that was money that they owed Moore County Schools. Are there any questions with any of those increases? Next, we'll look at our projected fund balance. Okay. So, our expected revenues are $10,038,015. Our expected expenses are $12,960,078.23, making the difference is $2,922,078.08. Our Fund 2 balance sheet as of March 31st was $2,679,334.41. This makes our loss $242,743.67, and this is just an estimate. Next page, this shows where our projected fund balance would be at. We are, if you see the projected fund balance loss in green, the $242,743.67, you take that from your assigned fund balance of $1,855,132.59. That gives you our projected unused fund balance for 25-26 of $1,612,388.92. Then you have your unassigned fund balance of $2,485,175.29. This is our projected balance as of June 30th, 26 of $4,097,564.21. With that $2 million floor, we're looking at $2,097,564.21.
So you can see here, although at the very onset of the year, we were looking at possibly reaching 685 or 7, we may not reach that. Right now, we're at 242. There can be some things that do come up. But again, this reiterates the amount that's actually being utilized as a loss versus the amount that we allocate to balance the budget.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, we'll get back to the agenda. Okay. So now we're at item G, first reading of new and revised policies. Mrs. Purvis.
So I'd like to invite Ms. Burton up. She's going to walk us through revised policies. One of the things I'd like to share that I would like to take a look at moving forward and work towards, As we worked through these policies, one of the things that came to realization is that, first of all, State Board of Education puts down policy suggestions, required policies, recommendations, and then recommended changes. Those come down with State Board of Ed numbers. Those numbers do not always align with our numbers, so we've worked to correct that. But the deeper problem is that we have policies within our Moore County school policies that have multiple policies embedded. So for example, just a number, 1790. If we have that policy, it is highly likely that we have several, and we know we do, within our set where we have taken multiple policies and rolled them all into one. While that seems convenient at the time, because you think, well, these 3 policies or 4 policies are very similar, why don't we just make one policy? That's convenient at the time, but what it doesn't allow for is when State Board of Education drops a revision, we can't just quickly go to that number and update it. We have to then find, wait a minute, where is this embedded in another number? That means not only have we paid State Board of Education to review policies and send them to us, but at that point in time, we then have to pay our attorney to dig through our policies and figure out where all of those policies are embedded. And then how do we update them, which in turn turns into lots of hours. Moving forward, what would be best practice in my suggestion and in my opinion is that we align all of our policies to the State Board of Education numbers, number by number. So that way we pull apart policies that we've put together. They may be similar, but if the State Board of Education has them as 3 different numbers, we list them as 3 different numbers and as the same numbers that are reflected in State Board of Education. That way, when they drop, we find our policy, we can update if it's required, if it's recommended, we take a look at how we want to do that. Ms. Parker is already compiling for us a list in totality of all the School Board Association policies, which ones are required, which ones are recommended, and then taking a look at, do we have that policy in Moore County schools? If we do, then does the number align? If we don't, and it's a required or recommended policy and we can't find it, where is it embedded? And that may mean we need to pull it apart. So that's work that we can do moving forward that would just streamline this process, make it a little easier, and especially when we're all gone, there's no historical knowledge as to how those policies are embedded, which is why it takes so long for attorneys to pull it apart. So just wanted to let you know we are working towards that, just to refine that procedure.
How do we treat any supplements that we develop for a given policy?
So when we think about that, those are board regulations. So we have policies and then we have regulations, which are the board's regulation that supports or is in addition to that policy.
Okay.
So we'd update a policy, and then if the board has something supplemental, that would be a regulation.
All right, thank you.
And it would fall, I'm sorry, it would fall under the same policy number with a dash and an R to yes. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understood. I mean, clearly we have policies in addition to the ones that are either required or recommended by the State School Board Association.
Yes, and
Right.
those are policies that our board has
They're
decided
local
they wanted.
policies.
We just want local policies.
Right, okay,
We just want to make sure that for all of those that are required by the state,
I
that they
understand.
align.
I misunderstood what was being said here. I thought our policies became regulations, and we do have policies.
We have
Yeah,
policies,
got
that's
it.
right.
Thank you.
Yes, I was a little confused about the regulations. I thought in policy committee that the regulations were basically superintendent's regulations as to how a policy was to be interpreted and applied. Are there other regulations besides those?
Those are supportive in terms of how that's going to be carried out, how it is going to be applied, yes. And so you're right, but there are local policies that the board develops, and so that may not be a policy that the state has at all. So the board may decide, for example, been done away with now, but the book report policy. That was a policy that did not exist at the state level. However, this board adopted it. The regulation then would be a supplemental to that if we were going to talk about how that would be carried out or what the superintendent would recommend.
Thank you.
Burton?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Looking at our policies from, these are recommendations from the policy committee. Policy 2120, 7100. This policy is a duplicative policy of MCS policy of 7100. And so this has been reviewed by our law firm, and the recommendation is to repeal and to archive this policy. Okay?
I have a question. Can you scroll back up, Charlie? So we are repealing 2120 because it's duplicative of 7100.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on, looking at policy 2125, 7315, confidential information. If you look at this policy, this is being aligned to, with the North Carolina School Board Association. If you look at letter C, data identifying a person as a supporter of a nonprofit organization on page 1, that has been added. And also when you look at D, instead of it being, we changed the wording from personally identifiable to confidential. And then we also added on page 2, and any other information protected by state or federal confidentiality laws. Okay. Looking at policy 3101, dual enrollment. This policy is revised to align with the North Carolina School Board Association's recommendation. It has also been reviewed by our law firm. And the additions to this is in red that address career and college-ready pathway opportunities. And if you scroll down a little bit, and these are the other additions that we made to align with that. Okay, looking at policy 3400, evaluation of student progress. This policy has also been revised to align with the North Carolina School Boards Association. And on page 2, where you see the letter P, we have the addition of unless a student transfers from an unaccredited or international school. That was the change there. All right, looking at policy 3460, graduation requirements. This was also revised to align with the North Carolina School Board Association. And what we did here, we just simply made the correction of capitalizing, we removed the capital T and thereafter on pages 6 and 10. Okay. All right. Looking at policy 4050, children of military families. This policy was also revised to align with the North Carolina School Boards Association policy. And what we did was we added United States before Army on pages 1 and 4. And we also added Space Force after Air Force on page 1. All right. When you look at policy 4240, 7312, you have child abuse and related threats to child safety. This policy was revised to align with the North Carolina School Board Association. And you will note that the changes on page 3. And it starts with paragraph D, and what we did was reword that paragraph. The committee thought that we needed to revise that to make it, people could understand it better. Okay. All right, then moving on to policy 4270 and 6145, concussion and head injury. This policy was also revised to align with the school board, North Carolina School Board Association policy. And what we did, we added, if you look on page 2, and wrestling matches and tournaments.
I will share with the board that we do currently have an athletic trainer at all wrestling matches and tournaments. That has been in place for several years with our full-time trainers, but we just did not have that written in our policy, but we are adding that.
Yeah, we're already incorporating it.
Correct.
So I'm sorry, backing up, that is now recommended by the School Boards Association, but we have been already doing it, so we're updating our policy to reflect both those things.
Yes, ma'am.
I was there, but a lot, we had spring break and
Okay. And looking at policy 5150, 7313, reporting to external agencies. This policy is a new policy that we are aligning with the North Carolina School Board Association. We're removing, what we're going to do here is remove references to the following policies that have been identified, and that would be 4152, unsafe school choice transfer, that's found on page 2. On page 1 and 4, 4335, criminal behavior.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
This looks to me like it's all new because it's all underlined.
Uh-huh.
So is this whole section new? Is this whole policy? I mean, like nothing stays the same, right? Underline in red means new,
Yes,
right?
Well,
it's new.
it is a new policy from the North Carolina School Board Association, but when we read through it, we made just a few changes, and part of that was what Miss Purvis was saying to begin with, to get the numeration correct. That was the first change, just where you can go to the C policy, 4345. It just saves time and money, and we figured we'd go ahead and do it now instead of paying the lawyer to do it. We did it in policy committee. So the corrections that we made, or the changes we made to it, were just what's the word I'm looking for?
And I will share
Procedural.
that the attorney was
Yeah.
in our policy committee meeting and reviewed all
Yeah.
changes.
if I remember correctly, there were going to be some updates made to those other policies.
Yeah.
So those other policies are offline for the time being, and these cross-references can be restored when those other policies are available to cross-reference.
Yes, ma'am. She was working on some. Remember, we pulled some.
These were, I have in my notes here, this was updated to align with the renumbering that we're talking about.
This is all based upon a new state law, correct? I assume.
Yes.
Is that right? I thought it was just the School Boards Association organizing into one policy all of the reporting so that it could be found in one place. Is there a new law that this reflects?
This was done,
I don't
it
know.
it's a new policy to align, so I don't know the root of if this came based on a new law, but this is one of the things that they sent that we needed to make sure that we have.
We'll make a note on that. That back, Dr. Ball, the answer to that.
I thought that was
We
what we
discussed
said
it.
in the
We
meeting.
discussed it, but I don't want to say until we go back and review.
Yeah.
Understood.
No. Okay.
So if we go back to letter C, so, I think you went, keep going, yep. So, right there. So we've had an issue with this in our past in one of our high schools. And keeping in mind that this policy is reporting to external agencies, what is our definition of law enforcement here? Because this whole policy deals with reporting to external agencies. So I would say that if there's a sexual offense in one of our schools, we have to report it to the sheriff department or a local law enforcement, not our Moore County schools, because this policy is discussing external agencies, and our police department is not an external agency.
So what I can tell you has been the practice is that the information goes from our chief to the external agency. So both are informed, and I do know our chief submits all information of any criminal nature, such as this, to the DA and to external agencies, because many times they have to help with an investigation of this.
I would cite an example, maybe in closed session, where that didn't happen, that sexual assaults were reported to the Moore County School Police. This was in the distant past, well, somewhat distant past, and that was not reported. So again, if this is based in law, the section is external agencies, and, our police is not an external agency. So we need to find out if this is based in law, because if the law says external agencies, that means we report school property crimes, sexual abuse, and other things to an external law enforcement for investigation, potentially to avoid maybe a conflict of interest. I can't say, but no one can tell me whether or not this is based upon law. Something to look into before next week.
And the other areas, it's cited 4345 student discipline records, page 2. Also 1510, 4200, 727, responding to bomb threats, page 3, 4, and 5. 5120, relationship with law enforcement, page 4. Then we have 9220, security of facilities, and that's on pages 4 and 5. And also 6402, participation by historically underutilized business, that can be found on page 6. And then lastly, policy 7811, plans for growth and improvement of licensed employees. And this is a new policy developed to align with the North Carolina School Board Association. And as Ms. Purvis cited, that all of these recommendations have been reviewed by our Swartz law firm.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we are at letter H, Moore County Schools Communication Survey.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm just bringing to you all this executive summary. I'll give you just a highlight overview. I am requesting approval to conduct a district-wide communications survey from April 21st through May 10th, 2026 to evaluate the effectiveness of our current communication channels. We do have a broad range of channels. I put our information everywhere that I can. So this survey would gather feedback from our parents, our students, employees, and community members, and this would see how they receive our information, what channels they prefer, and how we can improve upon our communications. Results would be used to strengthen communication practices across the district as we prepare for the 2026-2027 school year. So that's kind of just the summary of this, and if you'll open up the communication survey. This is a PDF of, I created the survey using Google Forms, so, it's a free thing for us to use. And I just wanted to point out that the first question, everyone will see this question, and as you can see, they won't see the part that says skip the question 2. That stuff, you're just seeing it because that's what I see as the editor. They will just see parent, guardian, MCS employee, student, or the community member. Once they select that, it will take them to this section that corresponds with it. And you'll see that by this highlighted green. So this first one, if they click on parent, they will get these questions that's underneath that green portion. And then once it finishes, if you'll keep scrolling until you see the next green one. So you can disregard the numbers of questions. It's just keeping up with how many total are in this whole survey. They will not get that many. It'll stop right there. So questions like 2 through 12 will only be given to the parents. So then if you're an employee, it would start on number 13 and go to the next one.
So, Mr. Batchelor, we're looking at basically 10 questions that
So
anyone.
about 10.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Yeah.
Will look like and what we would get for that.
Yeah, so my thought on that is we, of course, will use our internal communications as far as our emails and phone calls and stuff to our parents, as well as, putting this out all throughout our schools and stuff for students, and our families will all have this information. So really the social media portion is really an effort to try to reach our community members. And with that, I suggest that we do $500 for geo-targeting people on social media, because not all community members might be following Moore County Schools. So although I'm going to post it on our Facebook, they may not see it. So this geo-targeted advertising will help it to pop up in people's social media feeds. And then hopefully, they'll click on the link and provide some feedback of how they follow our communications. And just to provide some feedback on that, recently we did some advertising on social media for about $500 over 4 days, and it did hit over 57,000 accounts and had over 105,000 impressions. That means that's how many times it was seen over those 4 days. And with that, it led to over 1,800 people clicking on the link to learn more information. So it is a proven, we do get results out of this, and that's why I would highly recommend moving forward with that to try to reach our community.
Sounds good.
Question:
Mr. Johnson?
What would you consider posting some QR codes in schools, like in lobbies, as another?
Yep.
Or even like around town.
We're going to put it everywhere.
Yeah, because that could be. That could be a good way just to. It's cheap.
And that's also why I say run it from April 21st through May 10th. It will, that's a little over 2 weeks to keep this open long enough to keep spreading the word. And word of mouth is also another one. Like, hey, did you guys see that? Moore County Schools is looking for your feedback.
You can almost get data on the
communications.
survey to help you with the communication. So
definitely.
Right.
And I also point out, like, one part of this survey, like near the end of how we can improve our communication, it lists some options for them to choose from. Like, do you want us to do a district newsletter? Are you interested in podcasts? Are you interested in videos? Some of the stuff that you guys were bringing up. Because I'll say, like, I've done a lot of different communications over the years here, and I've done videos, and I've looked at the statistics on videos, and we do not get people to watch more than like 15 seconds of a video most of the time, even if it's just a 45-second recruitment type video. We still do them because some people watch them, but the majority do not. So that's really the point of the survey, is to see what does our community and our families really want. Do they want a podcast? Will they actually listen to it? Or would we be wasting, hard-earned time because we don't have much time to do all of these different avenues? Any questions?
It'll be interesting.
Thank you very
Find
much.
out. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, we are on item I, BFI Waste Services LLC, Republic Services Contract Amendment.
So the next 3 items Dr. Patterson will bring to us, they are all amendments for BFI, Seven Oaks, and Donathan Pumping Services. These are contracts that we currently have in place and will be extending. Dr. Patterson, if you want to just go from one executive summary to the next, please do so. I will say that I was very appreciative. We know the cost of living has gone up. We know the cost of everything has gone up, and these companies, all of which are pretty local, have had no increase in cost as they are extending these contracts, which we greatly appreciate. So, Dr. Patterson, if you'd share with us.
And thank you. So the first one is BFI Waste Services. During the October 10th, 2023 regular business meeting, the Board of Ed approved a contract with BFI Waste Services. They're doing business as Republic Services in the amount of $192,567.96. This contract provides waste removal services for 23 schools, as well as the central office, maintenance, and garage facilities. The agreement has been extended through June 30th, 2028 at no increase in cost to the district. Republic Services has served the district since 2015 and has consistently provided high-quality service. Based on this performance, staff recommends continuing the contract with BFI Republic Services in the amount of $192,567.96 with no increased cost to the district. The funding for this contract will be paid through maintenance budget for contracted services.
I will just remind the board that although we've been in contract with them since 2015, we did bid this out again in 2023 just to ensure that we were doing our due diligence and being responsible stewards of the money, and they were the cheapest again. So this extension at the same price makes sense.
Okay, the next amendment is with Seven Oaks Supply Company. They provide custodial management services for our district. During the November 6, 2023 regular business meeting, the Board of Ed approved a contract for Seven Oaks Supply Company in the amount of $329,000. This contract provides turnkey custodial services for 23 schools, as well as central office maintenance and garage facilities. The agreement has been extended through June 30th, 2027 at no increase in cost to the district. Seven Oaks has consistently provided high-quality service. Based on this performance, staff recommends continuing the contract with Seven Oaks in the amount of $329,000 with no increase in cost to the district. The bullets there, unless you just want me to read them, they were on the original executive summary. It has not changed at all as far as what they do for our district. Okay. The next one is Donathan Pumping Services Contract Amendment. During the May 13, 2024 regular business meeting, the Board of Ed approved a 2-year contract extension with Donathan Pumping Services in the amount of $55,200 per year for a total of $110,400. This contract provides the quarterly pumping of 3 septic systems and the servicing of grease traps at 23 schools. The agreement has been extended through June 30, 2028 at no increase in cost to the district. Donathan Pumping Services has consistently provided or delivered high-quality service. Staff recommends approval of the contract renewal at the annual rate of $55,200, totaling $110,400. And again, this funding is it comes through the maintenance budget for contracted services.
Thank you very much. It's really commendable to these companies and to our staff for the hard work, and appreciate that they're not raising costs. Okay.
Larson.
All right, we're at item L, resolution supporting local control of school calendars. And just pulling this up, Ms. Purvis and I are working on this together. We had our legislative advocacy committee meeting, it seems like 2 weeks ago, I think. But we had we've had heartburn about our school calendar law. And we felt that it was time for us to have a resolution that we shared with our legislators and our General Assembly about restoring and supporting local control of school calendars. I hope you've had a chance to look at the resolution. Richard Schwartz and his firm did a great job of writing it for us and including all of the history, the historical impacts, and where we've been with this. It does come with recommendation from our Legislative Advocacy Committee. Do you have any questions or comments about it at this time?
Madam Chair, I know Pauline Bruno, who can't be here today, has invested a lot of energy into this particular topic. I would suggest that we hold this as an agenda, action item for next week, and let her have her time.
Sure, absolutely. And we enjoyed talking about this and the importance of this resolution. Any other comments? Do we have any? Okay, we were very pleased with it, and I think it's strong, and I think it speaks to our resolution, our resolve. Okay. All right. Let me pull back up our agenda. We're at item 4, reports Oh, did I miss one? Oh, yeah, I did miss one. I always do this. So item M, our school board meeting agenda for April 20th, 2026. So as we know with our board policy, all of these items can potentially go to consent agenda, but we just heard Mr. Benway recommend, but we'll hold that until we get down to the bottom. He was recommending item L.
If you want, we can settle that. I'll second that.
Okay, all right.
And it takes one more person
Three,
to,
yep. I'll
okay.
I'll agree to, so we'll put item L as action, so we've got that one taken care of. All right, so I'm just gonna call out the letters rather than reading each, so if you'll follow along, all of these will be on consent agenda unless there's a, three of our board members that want to put it on action item. So item A, consent. Item B, consent. Okay. Do you have two other board members that would agree with item B on action? Right, okay, so item B, I'll agree to that, so that's three. Okay, Mr. Benway did as well. All right, item C, consent. Okay, that's two. Do we have a third? Okay. All right, item D, action, consent. Okay. Item E, consent. Okay. Dr. Dahl, did I hear you or? Okay, okay. So three there. All right, item F, consent. Do we have any other folks to want to put that one on action? Okay. It was just the update of the budget.
amendment.
I don't. Okay. All right, item F is action. All right, item G, consent. Do we have any other ones? Oh, about the law. Yeah, I did write it down. Yeah, policy 5150. Do we have any other folks to agree with Mr. Hensley on that?
Remind me, we're waiting to know if the bit about law enforcement is, matches a state law? Is that what the question was?
General.
Okay, I'll support action.
Okay. All right, so item G is now action. Item H, consent. Item I, consent. J, consent. K, consent. And L will be action. Okay, thank you very much for that. Do we need a break? Are we okay to keep going? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. right, we'll come back to order, please, and we're at reports, information, and discussion, and we're at item A, discussion of the 2027-28 early start calendar. Ms. Purvis.
Thank you. I've asked Ms. Simon, Deputy Superintendent, to come in and just discuss with us, take an overview. You'll remember from last board meeting that we do have a draft calendar ready to go, should we have the ability to utilize an early start calendar. Some of the points we'd like for the board to consider are, when would we make the switch to that early start calendar, and what is the latest date that we would do so and why? So, Ms. Simon, if you just share with us.
Sure. So you'll see what we've got here is just a couple of things to consider when we look at the early start calendar for 27-28. Again, we have one drafted, we have one ready to go. We can pivot as we need to. That is not an issue. A couple of things that we want to consider, though, is if we're going to make a change to it, we would like for the change to happen prior to February 2027. The reason is because the Moore County Schools historically puts out a calendar 2 years ahead of time. And the reason that they do that is because we have a lot of families that use that for planning purposes. It's used for graduation to determine, I mean, we've already got people calling about graduation, not for this year, but for next year. You know, what's that date for graduation, things like that. So we want to make sure that we give our families time to make sure that if they've got vacation planned or other summer activities, things like that, that they don't have to make all those changes to it. The calendar would also create a shorter summer for 2027 for our students and our families and for our staff that are 10 months. So we would just need to calibrate that, have additional planning when we look at any plans that they've made. Also, when we're looking at our professional development and as we start school. So school would get out mid-June for teachers, and then they would come back very early in August. So we would just need to make sure that there was plenty of time for us to plan that, and it wasn't just a quick turnaround for those folks. Because really, if they've got plans, we have a lot of staff members and families that make plans in August right before it's time to come back to school. So we want to make sure that we're honoring that as well. And then again, the graduation dates are requested as soon as the calendar is published. So again, the 27-28, families are already asking, what is the graduation at Pinecrest going to be? What's the graduation day for Pinecrest? We know what it's been historically. It's that Saturday. But they want to know that information because they have to plan. So what we're asking is, if we do move to an early start calendar, that we make that decision prior to February 2027 to give some months there for pre-planning. There's also a copy in here of the draft 27-28 early start calendar so that you can see when those start dates are and end dates are. We've talked about that previously, but you've got that there as well. So you'll see that in August of 2027, that first required workday is August 2nd, which is 3 weeks before school would typically start. Do you guys have any questions for me?
So when do we need to make that decision? Like, when do we help
Well,
me understand
so
that?
currently, the recommendation and the board what you guys passed at our last meeting was the traditional calendar. So if law were to go into effect saying, hey, this is allowed, and by law we can do an early start calendar, I'd say as soon as that law passes, as long as it's prior to February, we flip it, because the sooner the better for our families. The parameter here is, if they do not make a determination on that law until after February, then we don't need to flip it, because that's just too late in the game, if that makes sense.
That does make sense.
But we could do it for the 28-29 calendar,
Correct.
which we would like to do anyway.
We would
because of
just
the-
put it off a year if they waited that late. If they were to do that prior to February, then we could make that change. But that would be, that'd be a late change to change it in the spring. Folks have already made plans, and especially with our large military population who may be traveling pretty extensively away.
It makes perfect sense to me. So you keep an eye on it for us, don't you? You
Yeah, I
watch
do.
the law, you watch the calendar, and so we'll rely on you, to tell us, hey, it's time to make the decision. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I have a question for my fellow board members. If the law changes, right, I'm trying to think how to ask a question. Who who supports the early calendar? Who supports the calendar where the semester ends before the winter break?
We got a resolution.
Assuming the law.
We
Okay.
got a
Yeah,
resolution.
okay,
We're
good.
getting ready to
Yeah,
send
okay,
it.
got it.
And that would be my recommendation.
Yes.
That's certainly something we all want.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate that. All right, capital updates.
All right, thank you, Dr. Patterson, for hanging around, and if you would, just provide us some updates on the current things we have in the works.
Okay, so we'll start with Carthage Elementary. We've been really investigating different aspects of building on site where there's existing buildings, and so we're still in preliminary phases, but Pinnacle is currently working on a plan. I just want to share with you that on March the 12th, Ms. Purvis, Mr. Garner, and myself, we met with Emily Yop, the town manager of Carthage, to discuss acquiring a portion of the park for use in the construction of the new elementary school. Ms. Yop has since met with each board member and indicated that there is a general support for our request. The architect has been informed and is currently developing drawings to reflect this potential addition.
Is that a temporary easement for the construction, or would that be a permanent addition to our plot of land?
We're not at that point yet.
Currently, what we're seeking is the ability to utilize a portion of the park, and it may be that our build has to encompass that, especially with setbacks. So what I asked for was, would they be willing to give us this portion of the park? It doesn't really impede too much upon what their current park is. There is a small slide there and a little gazebo, but they were in agreement that those things would not be hard to move. So if we do need to have our build move over, which it looks like we may, then they're happy to provide us with that portion so that we could build.
Yeah, and until we get the drawings, I mean, it's hard to determine that. I also want to mention too that because of the current site, Mr. Garner has been reviewing the sewer lines that go out the back of the property. In addition, we've discussed considerations regarding the placement of boilers that will need to remain operational throughout the construction process, and also investigating the power meters to determine how each building is currently being powered. So there's a lot of moving parts when you're dealing with the existing buildings. Anything else?
Can you remind me? Is the design capacity 400 or 450? I can't remember which
The
number.
core is 450, classrooms 400.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, the next item is our IT building, which we are now calling the Data Operations Center. The district has determined that the cost of site work for New Century is not feasible for the development of the new Data Operations Center. As a result, we're now considering McDeeds Creek Elementary School as an alternative location. So Retson's engineer has now completed a concept plan for the site. They're currently reviewing and confirming zoning requirements with the town of Southern Pines, and in addition, they also will request, there'll be a request submitted to DOT to determine the feasibility of a dedicated drive. Once these items are clarified, Retson will provide a comprehensive turnkey cost estimate for the project. So that's what we're looking at right at this moment.
So that, when we took a look at the New Century site, that was gonna cost us about $1 million extra in site development. So that would have added $1 million to the cost of the build of that IT building. That led us to then take a look. McDeeds Creek is a little farther out, but we did talk with Mr. Eklund about that. He did not feel that that was so far from centrally located that it would not work. The site there at McDeeds Creek is already cleared, and it is a level site. So that would be ease as long as we can get the permitting for there, and there shouldn't be a problem with that. But that was the reason for the change. The increase in that site cost was substantial.
Okay.
Is that because there's a creek there or something?
It is the topography, the lay of the land. There's a creek behind it, which means we had to move towards the other direction, and there was a significant drop. So just having to backfill and do what needed to be done. It would have required 2 different entrances, a lower and an upper. It would have required a 2-story building instead of the 1-story that we had originally planned. So we'd like to not have to deal with those issues and save that $1 million.
Was the is there a ballpark estimate of how much it costs to bring Retson out and do this kind of design or planning work?
This, if you'll remember, the board approved Retson. Their all-in was $3 million. That is for the plan. That was what they anticipated the cost of the building to be, including all of this work on the original site.
Mm-hmm.
That original site would have had to been cleared and minimal site work done. So we're not anticipating that this cost will go up a lot, but because it is at a new site, we do want that cost reworked.
Mm-hmm.
So I would expect it to be somewhere close to what it was.
Do we at some point will we get like a rendering of McDeed's Creek, the what it might look like on the site? And
Your board update should include that this week.
okay, great, okay. And are we still considering the original site? Is that still on the table as we
We have
venture
moved
through
past
these
that at this time and are looking for current sites.
current
You know,
sites?
current sites that we own, which is what, operations was directed to take a look at.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, recently you guys approved a contract for fixing the Pinehurst Elementary drainage pond repair, and that has been completed. It was completed last week. That's just for your information, so that's good. And as far as the new high school is concerned, ITRI, I have reached out to them. They're still working on the study, and we anticipate receiving an update for them in the near future. Anything else?
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we're at item C, the MCS Way.
All right, so this is something that I wanted to bring with you that I've been working on with our team. As you'll remember, what brought this to my mind, we had a presentation, a teaching and learning update, our Eureka presentation, and a part of that noted that we do things the MCS way. And while we all have a feeling, if you've been here for a long period of time, of what is the MCS way, you have this general feeling of it's doing what you need to do to get the job done to ensure that students move forward. But that was an informal idea, and I started to investigate, do we have a formal definition of this for new employees who come, for parents, for community members? So what I wanted to do, just to gather some data, was, first of all, I informally, in our senior staff meeting, just had every member take a Post-it note and said, hey, can you just write me in 1 or 2 sentences, what's the MCS way? And everybody had ideas that was about what we do, but nothing was the same. So then when we had our next principal leadership meeting, I did the same thing. I did an exercise with them, and I asked them, hey, I want each of you as principals, building level leaders, to tell me what is the MCS way. And we had multiple answers come back in multiple different ways. There were pieces that were the same, but the whole goal is, if someone were to ask us, we have to market our public schools. We have to be ready to do that. And if someone were to ask us, hey, where are you from? Well, we are from Moore County. Oh, how are your schools? How do your schools function? What is the way in which you do that? We need to be ready and prepared that we know how we function as a district, what we stand for, and new parents coming in, if they understand what the Moore County School Way is, this is how the way in which we will serve students. So not only did we do the principal group, but then I asked Ms. Sinan and Ms. Phillips, when they went to their director level meeting with the Access team and all of the directors, to survey the directors and get the same information. So we took information from senior staff, from directors, from all the principals, on their idea of what is the MCS way, put that into a spreadsheet to collectively see what are the commonalities. We then took that information, put it into a 1-sentence definition based on that information. We then took that back to our principal's advisory group. One of the members of the principal advisory group suggested a graphic. So we put a graphic to align with what we do. We wanted to get feedback from this board. I know Mr. Benway has already given us some feedback, and we appreciate that. But what we wanted to be able to do is to come up with one cohesive meaning that not only applies to teachers in the classroom and principals, but that we would be able to get any team member of Moore County Schools to take a look at and figure out how do they fit in this framework. Because we know that from our cafeteria workers to our maintenance guys, they contribute to student success. Without what they do, our kids can't learn. Without what our technology department and our PAR department does, students can't learn. They contribute to the whole of the outcome of our students. So when we take a look at this information, the definition that we came up with was prioritizing student success through collaborative teamwork and data-driven systems to ensure continuous improvement. You'll hear a lot of that, and you take a look at your strategic goals. A lot of that is what your strategic goals are. And so then when we take a look at the graphic, it starts and it ends with students. So when we think about our work, what is our work? Our work starts with students, our work ends with students. So with everything we do, we should have students in mind first. And so there are lots of decisions that we make, but in every decision that we make, students come first in how we move forward. And then we work together as one team, whether that is a collective team of administrators, whether it's the PLT team, whether it's the maintenance team. Each of our groups working towards our schools work together as one team. We have strong systems and processes so that we know what's happening, we know when it should happen, we keep up with it, we know the trajectory of our systems and processes. Data-driven decisions are made, and so you saw today, iReady, the use of data, how integral that is. But not only do we use data in academics, but we also use data to ensure that our schools stay well maintained. You'll remember that we have a district level assessment of all of our facilities. That data tells us the time in which we expect a roof to be out of shape or an air condition. That guides our maintenance guys in ensuring that we have great facilities for these students and that we keep them up. And then continuous improvement. How do we not be satisfied with where we are even when we make great gains, but we continue to push and move forward, because that continuous improvement is the foundation of student success. And so we're starting with students first, we're ending with student success. Mr. Benway took a look at this. He had some great ideas. Those are some things that the board may want to have a discussion about and that we may want to have input. But the goal would be for us to collectively come up with a unified way that we can easily communicate to the public so that our new teachers, so that our new parents and everyone else can get on board and everyone has that common idea of how the Moore County way is. How do Moore County schools function? What is the MCS way? So this is for discussion and feedback.
I'm going to leave it on. I'm going to leave it on permanently.
If we had a team with our nicknames on our shirts, his would be Microphone.
This is a very interesting and topic, one I'm very interested in. In fact, it has many tentacles reaching out there. But anyway, I love it when planets align in favor of several emerging concepts. I commend Ms. Heinen, I think, haunch of most of this thing, did the heavier lifting. And I would like to commend her and her team and Ms. Purvis on the Moore County Schools draft logo that's nearby on this page. And I think each of my colleagues has a copy of this.
I will have to acknowledge Mr. Batchelor put together our logo.
All right.
So we
Great.
appreciate him for doing that. He went back and forth with us several times
I'll
to
bet.
get this just
I'll
like
bet.
it needed to be.
I think what this can end up as a visual representation of the intent of Moore County Schools as an enterprise. I think that's an important thing. Recently, this board spent significant time and energy defining search criteria in preparation for interviewing candidates to fill the superintendent slot. We drilled down to identify the truly important functions, duties, and responsibilities of a Moore County Schools superintendent. This was the task we've been needing to do for some time, in fact. One of the outcomes of that effort was the identification of 4 key lines of operation. Those are teaching, learning, character development, and physical fitness. All of these are actionable efforts. I ask that your team examine the actionability of the elements for your MCS Way logo. Some considerations. A couple of those lines of operation may be useful to refine your MCS Way construct. Making athletes for life. Our national epidemic of childhood obesity has reached strategic proportions, with 44% of males not fit for military service for weight-related reasons, to include early onset type 2 diabetes, a new phenomenon of the iPhone generation. Moore County is not exempt. Student obesity and long-term sedentary habits cannot but detract from our teaching and learning, and will shorten otherwise productive lives. Progressive, purpose-built training over the 13 years of school, in addition to enabling intellectual achievement, results in habits and processes that produce athletes for life, an outcome that can ultimately be counted in trillions of dollars in medical cost avoidance. The benefits of becoming an athlete for life reach into every aspect of Moore County students and citizens' lives. In fact, I would like to invite the Moore County medical profession to support and help institutionalize the athletes for life concept in our schools and community. I recommend adding the phrase athletes for life to the draft MCS logo, perhaps replacing a less concrete and actionable entry. Student success means merit. The root of student success is merit and should be addressed as such in this MCS Way concept and logo. Merit, in addition to academic achievement, includes the product of student growth that we so enthusiastically endorse in Moore County schools. Replace student success with the stronger and more powerful term, student merit. Campuses of character. This is perhaps the most important and enduring addition to the MCS Way. Would that our Moore County Board of Education candidates take up this torch. We suffer a national dearth of character that is palpable. North Carolina citizens are increasingly sensitized to the need to get our character house in order if we are to solve our most critical problem sets. Student character, shaping our Moore County moral and ethical center of gravity, drives who we want to be as a people into the future. Character is what we are really talking about, but would rather not say when we review our MCS disciplinary statistics, or worse, character is what we are dealing with when we investigate the stabbing of a high school girl or receive a report that students were shot in a bad drug deal. Now that character development is an official Moore County Schools line of operation, an example of this all-encompassing element is shown at the draft logo nearby. A forcing function. I am recommending that the MCS Way model below be encompassed by the enabling forcing function of campuses of character. Character is the glue that holds all daily efforts together. We have some examples of campuses of character yet to be institutionalized. Junior ROTC. Our Moore County High School junior ROTC programs are daily reminders of what a campus of character might be like. Rather than viewing junior ROTC as an outrider, we should partner with those programs to understand, endorse, and then institutionalize those traits and characteristics that encourage the pursuit of merit, the building of athletes for life, and the animation of American citizenship. The Positivity Project. Just below the radar is another character-building effort led by Southern Pines resident Mike Irwin, a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve and CEO of the Positivity Project, also called P2, a K-12 character-focused program that has enjoyed kudos for its great success in the Cabarrus County School District over the past several years. For 6 of the past 8 years, West Pine Middle School has partnered with the Positivity Project and used its curriculum to teach and develop character in its students. There have been many kudos that come out of that effort. The Positivity Project is potentially a giant step beyond the elusive K-12 social emotional learning that keys on bribed compliance and social efficiency rather than on teaching and embedding essential personal traits and characteristics that come to the fore when no one is watching. The More Innovative High School. Our More Innovative High School was well on the way to shaping the qualities and characteristics essential to the entrepreneurs of the Moore County future. Principal Ashley Chacon is just finishing up her first entrepreneurial year at the helm of the More Innovative High School. Her experience and insights will be welcome as she builds character into a feature of her program. We have all of the ingredients for character development in place and in motion. We just need to build a unifying concept to institutionalize this line of operation. Additionally, character is a marketing asset. For parents who choose to homeschool or to send their children to charter schools, Christian or private schools, excuse me, the character of the campus weighs heavily. The reality of campuses of character would enhance Moore County's competitiveness in the marketplace. Conclusion, the MCS Way logo can offer a one-stop glimpse at what we intend our teaching, learning, character development, and physical fitness enterprise to be day to day. My recommendation, I would like this board to dedicate a working session this summer to the theme of character development, inviting Principal Chacon, Mr. Irwin, and our junior ROTC program directors to inform us on their character development program and insights. Thank you for your time and attention. I would like this memo entered into the minutes of this working session. Thank you very much. I apologize for my hoarse voice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Benway. So.
I have go
yeah,
ahead.
Any other comments, questions? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I have a question at the risk of starting a discussion.
The danger.
I would like to have a working definition of the word merit. It's a word that I approach with some caution because we serve a diverse group of students, some of whom come from backgrounds involving trauma and broken families and various other things. And, you know, I tend to think of students in terms of growth, the process, with a broad view that we want to equip them to function in the adult world, but that, you know, every student starts where they are and every student is valued where they are, even if they're, you know, you could colloquially say a mess, right? We still value them, we still dedicate ourselves to supporting them. So the term merit to me has kind of suggests exclusivity and only some people qualify. So help me out with that. What's a working definition of merit that I could be comfortable with?
Merit is the product of your achievements. Growth is built into the concept of merit. Your efforts merit accomplishment, merit recognition.
So where does someone who has not accumulated a lot of noteworthy accomplishments fit in the schools if we emphasize merit?
Not everybody starts up with a bunch of merit. Everybody starts at point zero. And what you achieve from point zero to point whatever is either meritorious or not.
And what if it's not?
Then you don't, then you're not keeping up with our.
Are you
our intent.
punished? Are you left out?
I don't know. I mean, what happens when you fail a math course?
I mean, you retake it. Now, I'm already
I think
concerned about grades.
Merit is an environment.
Okay.
It's a culture. We want to build a culture of merit, where people achieve, they earn merit.
But is that a culture where people are judged and found wanting, and these teenagers who are at a very stressful and difficult time of their life feel even more pressure that they can't live up to?
If a child does not achieve a degree of merit, it's our fault, not the kid's fault. It's the environment. We need to create the conditions where merit is possible and where merit is achieved. I think we're parsing it a little bit too tightly. I think we're trying to individualize this when this is kind of a, what you're looking for is a norm of merit, of achieving merit.
So
This
you
is
can
probably-
say we're parsing it too tightly because you have a firm idea of what you're talking about. And I don't have a firm idea what you're talking about. And for me, if we're going to center merit, if it's going to be in one of the blocks on that little logo, I need to know where it is what it is before I can support it. And I just have some associations with a word that I find hard to reconcile with what we do as a district.
Could I offer just a little input here? One of the things we have to remember is that when we put this out, whether it's as student success or student merit, the folks who are looking at this are not going to come back to this discussion and decide what merit meant or what success means in our minds. They're going to understand that if they need to know the definition based on the official definition of that word. So I would caution us to create something that we feel is a definition, because we can't then extend and ensure that everyone who sees this creates that definition. So when we take a look at the definition of success, if we look up the definition, success is defined as the accomplishment of a desired aim, purpose, or result. So success is the accomplishment of something, all right? Then we look at merit. Merit is the quality of being particularly good or worthy, especially so as to deserve praise or reward. Worthy of something. Reward, punishment, attention. Merit. So there's a bit of difference, but one could argue that when we look at student success, students have to have a merit. They have to have something in terms of being particularly good at or worthy of to get to student success. So we can play semantics, but I would just caution wherever we end up that we ensure that it is something that anyone who looks at it can understand what we're meaning, if that makes sense. I hope I'm making sense.
This ought to go through several iterations, probably. No question.
Mr. Inslee, did you want to say anything? Okay.
I'll just,
Mr. Johnson?
my suggestions are way simpler, but I'll come back to those. I kind of liked that it was encompassing of the broad work. I thought that was good, and I would say, whenever we inform this discussion, I would like to have multiple. We have so many avenues of success in this district that could and should be recognized, and so, my own daughters show success in a much different way than my neighbor's daughter and my neighbor's son. And so as we think about how we do this, I would love to have all those areas at the table, which are a part of our strategic plan anyway.
Right.
But
So student success may look like a vocation. Student success may look like the military. Student success may look like a 4-year degree or a scholarship. Student success can look very different. And I
Right.
know, even in my 4 children, it looks very different. So success is very different from student to student, but our job as a district would be to get them to that point of success, no matter what it would be.
So
I guess
I
I would-
can,
no, go ahead.
let me jump in here. So I have two things. First, I'm unsure what we're trying to do here. Are we going to review and discuss your logo and the NCS way?
This
or-
is what our team, our
Right.
senior team, has gotten feedback from our senior team, our principals, our directors. We have then put this together and taken it to our principals advisory group.
Yep.
We are bringing this to the board as a recommendation. I'm bringing this on behalf of my team to say we would like to adopt one definition of the Moore County Schools Way so that the community and our parents, staff
Okay.
members would all understand what that means and that we can communicate that well.
Okay, and then Mr. Benway's, he's suggesting a counter proposal that, so.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but we're also discussing the base proposal. Okay,
Yes, sir.
now I got it straight. Okay, I just have one suggestion on this. I think that somehow we need to incorporate parents and citizens. And I'm not sure how to do that, but I think we would be remiss if we did not do that. The second thing that I would point out is to the merit discussion. First of all, we assign letter grades, so we are a merit-based organization. Our athletes who we bring up here and celebrate, we celebrate the successful ones based upon their merit, right? Successful societies are based upon merit. Non-merit-based societies, and I can sit here and quote them all day long, fail. So that's why merit is important. Right. Anyway, my input to the other thing is, and I don't know how we do it or if we do it, but that would be my suggestion. Other than that, I think it's great.
Yeah, maybe in the one team, you know. But I think it looks
Wait,
great.
you want to change one team? I really
Well,
like that
no,
one.
the parents are
That the parents are part of
the
that
one
one
team.
team.
Yes.
You know, just-
Parents and community is
Yeah,
a
that-
part of
Part
that
of the
team.
team,
Part
somehow
of the team.
incorporate it. We
Yeah.
don't want to leave them out.
Well,
Yeah.
so getting too far into the weeds, I guess,
Yeah.
but when we settle on what this looks like, I could definitely see, you know, how you've got a website that you've got the logo. When you click on one team, you get a blurb or maybe a short little video of what that means. When you click on Students First, what does that mean in Moore County?
Yeah.
So it's one starting point and then things that could expand out. So
Yeah. I was gonna
Charlie's
say,
laughing at me. I don't know. Is that because that's more work for you, or you,
I was-
you already thought
He
about
says
that?
That's what I
thank
was
you, now she's
thinking.
gonna ask me to.
All right, right.
not to make it more laborious than it needs to be, but that's exactly what I was gonna say, that each section, we need, I hate to say more definition, but a stronger definition, a page 2, breaking down of what we see in each one of those sections, would help. We can still keep a phrase, yeah, but what exactly it looks like. And again, not to make it laborious for no reason, but if we're gonna do it, we need to do it right. And further definitions, and I guess a summer workshop maybe all day.
And I like the part that you said, it begins with our students and ends with our students. So that,
I like that.
to me, was powerful.
And that was
message.
actually one other note I had was that wasn't obvious to me until you said it. So in the redesign, making that Students First or whatever that block turns out to be, bold, outlined. Yeah.
I think the glue that holds all of that together is the campus of character. That forms the culture where everything else can take place, whatever that everything else is. Just tossing that in out there.
I would like to say, I think the team has done a great job with this.
Thank you.
I love the one team and the strong systems because I feel that those represent things that I have really observed in Moore County schools, being a former teacher in Moore County schools and then stepping outside and coming back in this role. The data-driven decisions, continuous improvement, and student success make me want to jump up and down and kind of thump my fist because everybody says they do those things and we really do them. And then Students First, I would really like to keep. I think students are the center. You know, parents and community may be involved in team, but it's about students. And the Moore County Way, as I've experienced it, is student-focused. So I really think they've done a great job. My thanks and kudos to them.
One of the reasons that I wanted to move towards this is that a unifying definition of a collaborative group builds culture. It builds an understanding, and it builds a culture and a cohesiveness between all the people who are involved. And I'll give you the example that I gave my team when I started this. I said, you know, when I went to Northmore as principal, they had what they called the Mustang Way. And I kept saying, what does that mean? And the answer was, that's the way we do things. But what does that mean? That's the way we do things. So after doing student groups and teacher groups and staff groups, we figured out what that means. And that meant Mustang Way is conducting yourself with respect, responsibility, and integrity, whether it is in your interactions, whether it's in your schoolwork, whether it's in or out of school. That was very unifying for the community. It was very unifying for the teachers because everybody knew it and could direct students back to that, could direct teachers back to that. This is how we function. So this is a compass that we can direct our teachers back to, our students back to, our communities back to. That was the goal that we had when we set out to do this, is that this is kind of a unifying something that's collaborative for everybody. If that makes sense.
I really appreciate that because, you know, having been here, you talk about it, but it's nice to have it handy. And the only thing that, as you were talking, made me think, when we think about what does that look like to be in one team? What does it think like to be strong systems? That we're very careful to make that very plain language, not bring in our lingo, not bring in our context of the last 20 years, but if you were fresh and you didn't know anything about it, what does it look like? Right. What does it look like? Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to add my observations that I think the respect, responsibility, and integrity definition worked really well. And if you saw me laughing over here, it was the concept of you having to ask what the Mustang Way was. Because when I met you, you represented it.
Well, yeah. I mean, let's just take that up one step higher. I mean, I sat here for 2.5 years, heard about the Moore County Way. All of us heard that. How many go? We all just sat here and nodded our head and go, yeah, the Moore County Way. No one really knew what the Moore County Way was because it wasn't defined.
I should have had you guys write it down on a Post-it note like I did every other group.
Would have gotten 7 different answers.
Yeah, I should have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all the comments. It was a great conversation. Thank you, Ms. Purvis. Thank you to your team. And we are at item D, board committee reports and updates. And so we've heard from our policy committee a little bit. Do you have anything you want to add to it? Okay. I do want to thank our appeals committee for all the hard work that they've done over the past few weeks. We did have our legislative committee meeting, and just I'll be very quick. You've got our meeting agenda and our minutes there, but we had a really productive meeting. You've already heard about our resolution to support the local control of school calendars returning to local boards. So I appreciate your support on that. We'll bring it back to our regular business meeting to continue that conversation, but we really appreciate the clarity and historical points added by our Richard Schwartz for that. So thank you for that hard work on that. We also had a sample resolution urging state budget passage as provided by the North Carolina School Board Association, and we took that and we did pass this as well, and we are inserting in yellow like our names and things like that. So that will also go to the General Assembly requesting that they pass the budget and we receive, you know, their support in the funding area, in other words. And then finally, a really exciting resolution as well, and this is a joint resolution with our Board of Commissioners that they approved last week to urge the state of North Carolina to restore funding previously eliminated for public school enhancement teachers and to fund teachers needed for mandated graduation requirements. So this was also well-written. Hope you will read it. It was approved by our Board of Commissioners. It was recommended by our Legislative Committee, and we hope that you will consider this as a consent agenda item, which we'll have in just a minute, I believe. So are there any questions? Oh, one more. Our Legislative Day is this Friday, so that's coming up. You all received an invitation for that. That is our opportunity to kind of show off Moore County Schools, and that's going to happen this Friday. We've got a calendar there. We've got, Cindy sent out the invitation with all the details. We're going to start at 9:30. It's also Purple Up. So if you decide to come, we are also going to go to Union Pines if you're able to go to that Purple Up assembly. We're looking forward to that. And I promise you it's okay to wear tennis shoes because we're going to do a lot of walking at Sandy Hills Community College for Fun Fest. I've thrown all that in very quickly. Do you have any questions? And I'll be happy to talk to you about it on the side if you have
I
any
have questions
about
about
attending.
item 5, the board
Okay.
action.
Okay.
So.
Oh,
are we
no, we're not
moving
there
it?
yet. We're not
Okay.
there. I just said
Well,
I
you
would-
said, okay, you
Yeah, I
said
was
something
just
about the
implying
consent agenda for that.
We'll vote today.
No, but she said something about consent agenda for these resolutions. so
Sorry.
I was
I was
confused.
getting so excited about it. I just kind of fumbled my words there. So, if there are no questions about the committee reports, we'll move back to our agenda. And I appreciate your help there. So we're on item 5, board action, resolution urging state budget passage. So, Mr. Hensley?
My first question is,
Mm-hmm.
why are we taking action on these today with Pauline not here? Why don't we take action on these next Monday like we do in the other resolution?
Yeah, help me remember why. We're doing it because I think we wanted to get it.
Was it
The
because the
short
short session's
session.
coming
Short
in?
session goes in
Yeah,
on
next week.
April
21st.
21st, and we didn't want to wait
That's
till
it.
April 20th and just give one day. We wanted to give enough time to get the information
Well, you
to
could
them.
say the same thing about the school calendar resolution that we're not
We're gon-
doing till Monday.
I
Yeah.
think Ms. Well,
I mean, that could
we
be a
need to add
short,
that
that
in.
could, well, except we're doing that next Monday instead of today. I don't
Yeah.
understand the
Okay,
hurry.
help me.
I think the
remember.
reason that was moved to next Monday is Ms. Bruno was an
Mhm. Wanted to
active
be
part.
here.
No,
of
it
the
was never, it
discussion.
was never on the board action for today.
No, it wasn't. But
She's
the
in that
discussion
committee.
in the
No,
committee
no,
meeting
I understand, but
was
we're
that
not,
she
we're not
wanted
taking
it.
action on it till next
We're not,
Monday.
because she wanted us to
But
be
we
able to
wouldn't have
hold it.
taken action on it today anyway. It was like
Well-
not board action today.
I remember in our committee meeting,
We could have added it to
she
board action, but we
requested
didn't.
that we don't because
Okay,
she wanted to
okay,
be
that's
here
new.
for
I
it.
thought it was.
That's
I-
what happened.
Ken was the one who brought it up. I thought that was
She
new information.
and she mentioned it too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
So
I w-
sorry for the confusion.
Okay, I would recommend we postpone these until next Monday.
Okay. Will that hurt us in a timeline to get them to the General Assembly, Mr. Schwartz? I can give them a draft, probably. Help me with the
Well,
legal
I mean,
parts of this.
I'll discuss my concerns with each one of them. And then
Okay.
maybe you all can decide, where we can decide to postpone them.
All right, would you like to start with?
I guess we start with the first one.
The resolution urging the state budget passage, okay.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Any other discussion, and we'll open it up to Mr. Hensley first.
Well, my first question is, the item L, the resolution supporting local control of school calendars. It was mentioned that we used our law firm to write that resolution. Was our law firm used to write this resolution too?
Not for the School Board Association.
Okay, all right.
That came from the School Board Association as a recommendation.
Yeah,
And
so,
then our legislative committee agreed to it and wanted to send it
okay,
in support.
all right.
So that came as a template, Madam Chair.
Yes, a template.
So here's my observations.
I'm sorry, can I briefly interrupt? There's a typo in this.
Okay.
So if we're thinking about submitting it, we need to correct the,
Okay. On the budget resolution?
it's, the paragraph about exceptional children, the number is missing a 0.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hensley.
Not sure why that rated an
All right, here we
emergency
are.
interruption, but apparently it did.
Okay, thank you,
So-
Mr. Hensley, for your patience.
So here is, I just read through this during the
Okay.
meeting. Here's my observations.
All right.
If this was just a resolution asking for the, if this was just a resolution as it's advertised, well, let me say this. When I read the agenda item as resolution urging state budget passage,
Correct.
and I thought, man, I'm going to support that. Then I go in here and it's like an omnibus bill where someone who was ideologically driven threw a bunch of other stuff in there and turned it from, hey, you guys need to do your job and pass a budget, into stuff that doesn't even benefit Moore County, and it changed into an ideological document, and I will point it out. So the first one is, and it's odd that we discussed it. So earlier in the meeting, well, the first bullet requests that the Senate mirrors the House proposal for all employee salaries in the second year of their proposed budget, including step increase at every level, and provides education-based salary supplements. Okay, so first of all, I've been advocating for teacher or people pay raises since I've been on the board, right? But the problem is, earlier in this meeting, we passed our proposed budget, and did our proposed budget factor in a passage of the House pay increases?
No, and this is from the Board of Directors, and then this was the local board resolution. Are we on the same?
I
thing?
went on the local, I thought I
Okay,
went
you're
on the local one.
Okay,
Why don't we pull it up? Yeah, why don't we pull it up?
okay.
Make sure I'm on the right one. Yeah, no, that's it. If you go down to the bullets on the second page. So first of all, there's a disconnect right there. Thank you. So first of all, we just went over our proposed 27-28 budget, where we assumed there would be a 2% pay increase for employees, which, by the way, it should be greater. It's a criminal crime that we haven't kept them whole with inflation. But our budget proposal for 2027, 2028, how big was the pay increase proposed by the House? 6%, 5%?
I think it's at 8% right now.
Eight
Yes, sir.
8%.
Yeah.
So, okay, how are we going to afford that? Because then we'll have to give 8% to all our locally funded people. So we're actually advocating for something that we cannot afford with local funding. So that's the first issue I had with it. The second issue I have is the second bullet increases the public school repair and renovation fund from $50 million to $70 million. Ms. Purvis, how much money does Moore County Schools get from the school renovation and repair fund?
Microphone. Sorry.
Right now, I think we have $2.3 million in the repair and renovation fund. When we look at the public school repair and renovation fund, that is not allocated based on a formula. That is a straight allocation that comes to every district. It's the same amount.
So they just take the 50 million and divide it by 113 or
Currently.
whatever. Okay, I want to make sure that was not covered by the tier system.
Currently,
Because
yes.
if it's covered by the tier system, my question was, how do we benefit?
Yeah, currently that is a straight allocation.
Yeah, and same thing with, I have the same question for the additional school health people. How are those allocated? And does Moore County benefit from that, or is that some weighted, Title I tier system allocation?
So we are, when we think about those folks, we are allocated a certain number from the state. However, I do know that we support and have additional ones paid through local salaries.
No, I know we're paying for some, but my specific point is, do we benefit from this, or is this allocated by something that we don't qualify for?
By ADM.
Well, we
Mr.
think.
Schwartz.
I mean,
we
we
can
think.
take a look.
And, that's the sort of stuff that should have been looked into. And then I was unaware that there was a cap on exceptional children funding, that we exceeded it. In all previous school boards that I've ever attended, it's like, oh, that's handled by the federal government.
So we currently receive, I think it's 12.75%, and we have a 13.85% population. So if our EC population is greater than the percentage that is, say that again, do we get 13 now? Okay. So our population does exceed the amount that we are funded for.
So where's my confusion coming in? I literally, I could go back and point out 20 different meetings where I asked, where's this funding for this EC? Oh, we're made whole by the federal government. We're made whole by, I've literally been hearing that for 5 years, 6 years.
I can tell you that we have run those numbers. We do spend a lot of additional funding in the EC. It is not that we choose to do that, but
Right.
by law, we are
Oh.
required to meet certain
Right.
things. However, we do have a substantial amount that does come out of local.
I have long suspected that. That's why literally dozens of times over 6 years I've asked, where's this money for EC services coming from? Oh, don't worry, there's a federal grant. You all have heard it. And now, thanks to Ms. Purvis, I'm serious, we're learning that, wow, that's not quite true. It's not all covered, and we've been paying it with local funds, right? I assume.
Well, that was how I understood it. And so I don't, the past years I haven't really asked those questions, but that's how I understood that they had a certain percentage that they had, and it has increased slightly, but our needs exceed that, which means we have local funds that need
Correct,
to be
correct.
used, and that's been a problem for quite a while.
And I can say, all of the things that our EC department brings to you are things that we have to do by law. So, to meet IEP regulations and our responsibility by the law. So if that, costs additional monies, it does. But I can also say we do spend a substantial amount of local on top of our grants and our funds. Federal, state.
And again, I find it interesting, Steve, I find it interesting that that's just literally not how they've explained it to school boards. Literally every time I've asked about, how are we paying for this huge contract for EC service? Don't worry, we get reimbursed by the federal government every single time.
And now I will say, we do get Medicare reimbursement. So when you're taking a look at some of the contracts that come through, especially for one-on-one services, specialized services, we are able to charge, and we get Medicare reimbursement. So you'll see that line item in Fund 8. And so when you see an expenditure, that may be an expenditure out of our local currently, but we're going to get some revenue back in. And, Ms. Edmonds would have to reconcile all of that, and she has done that for me, but there is a cost that we do incur that's some local dollars. But we do have Medicare costs that come back in, if that makes sense.
It does, and it actually reinforces what I long suspected, but that just wasn't how it was explained. And it's good that this is being exposed. Anyway, getting back to this resolution, I'm not going to support it because, I'm not going to, just because the State School Board Association tells us to do something, doesn't mean we have to do it. In many ways, I think they're wrong I think they're ideologically driven on some things that doesn't align with Moore County values. And secondly, I believe this crossed the line from being a, hey, do your job and pass a budget, into, it crossed into ideological things, which I don't agree with.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right. So we are item B. Sorry, let me get back to the
And-
right spot.
Yeah, I don't know.
Miss,
Go ahead.
you go ahead.
You go-
No, you
no.
go ahead.
I was, where are we with, is this a board action on item A? Correct? today? Is
It's
that what we
under
decided?
action. There has been a suggestion to do something else, but no motion.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand.
So let me pull that back up.
And I'll say that
We're at discussion.
I have
Yeah.
some agreement with, when I opened it up, I didn't read it fully as I should have. I didn't have time to, but I thought it was going to be a simple resolution, pass the budget, we're waiting. And I think much of this is, but I don't have any problems with the parts that is not. And these are all items that I would support and things that we need. And so I don't have a problem passing this as it is, personally.
Okay. All right, Ms. Davis, did you have a question?
Question/comment regarding the ideological things that the North Carolina School Board Association might. None of those things are represented in this. And again, I would agree with Mr. Johnson that I could support each one of those things. However, I do want to say that earlier when we were talking about the budget, and I mentioned that I'm not a budget committee. I have a 10,000, I don't have a 30,000 foot, but I have a 10,000 foot view of the budget. It does concern me about the state coming in at a much higher rate than the 2%. And I didn't ask it earlier, and I should have, and this might not be an appropriate time to, but if they come in, even let's say conservatively, maybe at 4%, how do we balance that? How do we?
So if you'll remember, we had a 4% reflected in our
Okay, I'm sorry.
budget.
Well, 5% then.
So
I meant
if we
1% more than what we've planned for.
Yeah,
What do we
then
do?
that
Because if
would-
they're talking 8%.
that would be an increased fund balance allotment,
Mm-hmm.
is what that would look like. And we could take a look at the percentage, how many dollars that would increase. We would have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That is a concern of ours that we keep cautioning the board about, because they haven't passed something. We could see something a little bigger than they have in the past. That is an unknown.
Would
So
that
on-
put us
oh.
I'm sorry. Would that put us relying more on our local funds than we presently are?
Currently, it would rely on more fund balance. Our local funds, as they stand, are all utilized,
Right.
okay? So if we were to have a larger increase, it would mean utilizing more of that local fund balance.
Can I say something about the numbers?
Please.
So on the slide from the budget where you were comparing what we would spend for 2% versus 3% versus 4%, I did a little subtraction in my head, and the increase per percent for each percent it went up was about $180,000. So if
That would add that much to our fund balance allocation.
for each percent of increase. However, if the state did that and raised the cap on EC services, I believe that figure in there for what we're paying for being above the cap on EC services about 1.7 million. That was the number that had the typo in it, but I think it was supposed to be about 1.7 million. So that is quite a bit more than 180,000. So if they did both, if it was a both and situation, I think we would have some money in the budget that would cover that raise. But I think what's being discussed in the House is 8% over 2 years.
Which would put us at the 4%. And I will say that I put that in the category of as a great problem to have. If that happened, then we're gonna have a great problem, and we'll solve it and we'll figure it out. But I would absolutely love for our people to get that kind of raise, and I think that's a great point about the offset if they do both. Yeah.
And, we can, if you don't agree with something in here, we can take it out. We don't have to do exactly what they said on those extra points, but, we have to advocate, and, it's a statewide effort from the North Carolina School Board Association to try to get a voice at the table. So I appreciate that we've got all our math minds in here thinking about these things, and appreciate all the time. So we've had a great discussion. Are there any other comments? Are we ready to take a vote?
I just want to add that
We need a motion.
that I
first, yeah.
think that time is of the essence. You know, we either pass it now or it becomes irrelevant. And although there's a lot to be said for our autonomy as a school board over Moore County schools, there's also something to be said for collective action, getting together with other school boards to speak with a unified voice. And we really want the General Assembly to do some of these things.
Okay, it's long overdue. All right, so do we have a motion to pass from our board, a resolution urging state budget passage as presented? Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Davis, second by Dr. Dahl. All in favor say aye.
Wait, hold on. Discussion.
Oh, man, we just had it.
It's your agenda. You're the
I
one that
know.
put 31
All right,
items
go
on the
ahead,
agenda.
Go
No,
ahead,
I just
Mr.
want to
Hensley.
clarify. I'm voting against this. I just want to clarify.
okay.
I'm not actually against, well, I don't think I'm against any single point in here. I just think that I'm against omnibus bills, whether it's the U.S. Senate, whether it's the state Senate, or it's a local school board. If there was a resolution that said, well, as the title says, pass a budget, resolution on the budget impasse, I would support it. If there was another resolution that said, we're for these items increases in the budget, then, maybe I would support them. Maybe those would need to be split out. But I'm just opposed to, throwing everything in there and as kind of a take it or leave it. So I present it at the national level, the state level, and the local level. So I'm not supporting it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of passing the resolution urging state budget passage, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, all right, thank you very much. So
And
it
by the way,
passes.
I've already talked to a handful of state legislatures about significant pay increases for people in schools, all of them classified and certified staff.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. That's very important. And we all need to step up to the plate with that. Item B, joint resolution urging the state of North Carolina to restore funding previously eliminated for public school enhancement teachers and to fund teachers needed for mandated graduation requirements. This also comes with our budget committee's recommendation, and it really is our legislative, what did I say? Oh, whoops, I just stuck on the budget. Our legislative committee, but it does come with some really great conversations during our 2x2s with Chairman Paserno and Vice Chair Von Cannon, that we are using a lot of our local dollars to pay for local teachers, and this is a great resolution to help us at least bring attention to the fact that, state teacher salaries should be paid for by the state. And, we're having to step up to the plate more and more in our own county, and other counties are having to do the same thing. So they did pass it at the meeting last week. I'm bringing it to you. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Okay. Motion by Ms. Davis, second by Dr. Dahl. Any discussion?
So who wrote this?
It was Dr. Dahl. Yeah.
Who wrote this resolution?
Yes.
Okay, so
Let me
a couple
find
of
the right one.
a couple of things about it. One is, I walked away from our last meeting thinking we were doing whatever we could possible to reduce our legal expenses, and I would think with all of the educators, both on the board and the central office, this is something that maybe an educator could have written to help reduce our legal costs. The second problem I have with this, and I'm concerned it got past our county commissioners, I don't see any relevance in this document about a governor, Republican or Democrat, passing a proclamation of Arts in Schools Month or whatever. That paragraph just read like a campaign advertisement for Governor Stein. I'm going to vote for this, but in the future, I just wish politics were left out of resolutions that we pass. Because again, please explain the bearing of a governor passing a resolution on our resolution and why that was a material fact.
To me, it just adds credence to the fact that at the state level, the arts are recognized as very important in our schools. And
Well, I think maybe we
it's
shouldn't-
historically that way. It wasn't really intended, you know, in particular,
Well,
for Josh Stein, but every governor has done
it
that.
promotes a very ideologically driven governor, and it just shouldn't have been in the resolution.
The reason it's in there is it reflects an additional arts education graduation requirement that was passed by the State Board of Education based on a legislative requirement that the State Board of Education add that. And the governor was recognizing that requirement in the Arts in Our Schools proclamation.
Okay.
Well, I think that's the next paragraph where you talk about Bill Berger and Terry Tillman passed that law.
Right.
The paragraph about Josh Stein is just strictly about his proclamation.
The proclamation was in response to the State Board of Education requirement that was added in response to the legislation. They're all one and one. They'll go together.
I don't see that in here. I see.
In where?
Well, pull it up, right there.
Right. They go hand in glove.
No, the first one is a proclamation, where the second one is a statement of fact of a law that was passed mandating that this education happen.
The proclamation is a statement of fact, too. It's a
Okay,
statement of
but
fact
they're-
that the governor issued a proclamation.
They're both statements of fact. The point is that the second one there talks about mandating it to us, which is an unfunded mandate, right, that hasn't been paid for because that comes out of our pocket. The first one's just promoting Josh Stein because he did Arts in Our Schools Month 2026.
And I think governors have done this like
We've done it for years.
every year they do it. You know, it's like you know,
Right,
our
that's why it's not,
military
that's why it's not
families,
noteworthy.
It's just, it really, I think it pulls out the fact about arts education is valued in North Carolina, David. I don't think it was anything more
Yeah,
than
it's
that.
hard to think that you could talk about the reasons compelling arts education and leave out something as substantial as a proclamation by the governor saying this is important.
Obviously, I disagree with you, Ms. Dahl.
Okay, any other discussion? Mr. Johnson?
Not a lot of discussion
Okay.
because here we are, right? But I just want to say that I really appreciate the boards coming together to do this. I know we've talked about it for a while. It's a real, if this could happen, it would be a real opportunity to make a dent in the things that our strategic plan says we want to do. Recruitment and retention, hiring more bus drivers, you know, all the things that we want to implement that are part of our strategic plan, yet we don't have the resources to do it. And so I'm extremely happy to see that this has been put together. I sincerely hope that it happens. One thing that I did not see in here, and I don't know if I read it somewhere and I've forgotten, were there any numbers attached to this as far as positions? And your
Rich just noticed, when we scroll through this is what we received back because we needed a signed copy. When Ms. Parker submitted it, and we submitted it to the commissioners, this was a multiple page document, so this is missing.
It's missing page 2.
It's missing page 2.
And
So
it-
when
and
you
there
look
are
at
there.
page 2, it does say that we have 74.5 vital teaching enhancement positions, and that comes at a cost of $5,914,257 this fiscal year, which is money that we could be utilizing somewhere
Absolutely.
else.
And I knew I read that somewhere, I just wasn't
Yeah.
sure.
And so
It's in the-
I
probably in the
apologize if that's not
Okay.
here.
May I suggest that we take a break and get
Yes.
page 2 up?
Okay.
So that when the board approves it, it's got page 2 with it.
Yes, thank you.
Why don't we postpone this till next week so we can read the complete document in more than like 5 seconds? Like maybe do our fiduciary duty.
Well, I believe I hope it's on the committee, minutes. Yeah, it's on item D, 4D. I'm hoping it's there. Traffic
Mr. Schwartz,
policy.
would it cause a problem,
I
a
went to the
significant
agenda
problem
item
for the?
and clicked on the link. I didn't like hunt and peck through our whole website to see if maybe there
There
was
it
a
is.
missing page.
That's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Well, anyway, I do think that's important to note because that puts a number to what we were talking about, and the community to know that number is really important. That's not just a one-time number. That is an ongoing, sustainable number that we could use to really impact these areas. And so, I just think that's a really important. The only other point I would say is, I know we call them enhancement teachers, but these are seriously core people.
Vital teachers.
Vital, sorry. And I know that that's the label that they have. And I
Yeah,
know that's the
right.
language we need to use, but I just want to say that these are vital people. Back to our conversation about multiple modes of success in the district, I can tell you as a parent, specifically, not just for my children, but also those that they've been attached to in the arts, it's been a huge impact on their life. And so it's definitely a core component of what we do. And so I'm really glad to see that in here. Yeah.
Mr. Johnson, you'll feel great about the fact you can see here whereas the subjects taught by enhancement teachers are vital to the education of our students. And so it talks about in this resolution how that is well-rounded students, a well-rounded curriculum. And I will just share with the board that when I presented this to the Board of Commissioners, I did walk them through this entire document in summary. So although the second page was not attached here, it was walked through with the commissioners before they approved it. And this was also reviewed by their attorney prior to bringing it to their session.
And the paragraph after the one Ms. Purvis was referring to also refers to funding 74.5 vital teaching enhancement positions, to Mr. Johnson's point.
So this is a big day. I mean, for our two boards to come together to request something that's been a thorn in our side for a while now. And, we want our state to step up and pay for all teaching positions.
Yeah, I haven't seen page 2. Does page 2 say when I know it's up there now, but does it say when these positions were actually previously funded? They were taken away like 12 years ago?
Yeah.
It does
the
say that?
The reading in the K3 classroom size reduction. Yeah.
And
Yeah, the
thanks for pointing
history's
that out.
here.
That's really important.
So do we still need to recess, Mr. Schwartz, or since we've got, okay. Okay, so we had a motion, we did have a motion by Ms. Davis, second by Dr. Dahl, I believe.
So we've been discussing.
So we've had our discussion.
Um,
I lose track after a long discussion. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, unanimous approval. Thank you so much. Motion passes. All right, so we are now ready for board comments. Are we okay to keep going? Any board comments? We've talked a lot today, but is there anything else you want to say? All right, hearing none, do we have a motion to move into closed session as stated on the agenda? All right, all in favor, we have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. We don't plan on coming back except for to adjourn. Okay? All right, everybody have a good night.